Yo. Hello, hello. Okay. Today we have VCT America. 2 best of 3. We have Crew, Evil Geniuses, and then we have Energy Leviathan, the big game. I think it's Crew and then Energy, probably, winning. I still think Energy is a better team than Leviathan. They are good though. It's gonna be like an interesting game. It's a big game for sure. For sure. 7 minutes before like the game starts.
It's not about us. It's not about us. It's
Okay.
about Twitch.
You don't have to sell Sentinels.
They're
They sell
waffling.
themselves.
I'm just gonna mute because they're just like doing their pre-show shit, and I don't really give a fuck. All done. Bow, bow, bow.
Blank is the most underrated player in the league. Ender, I'll give you a couple seconds.
Do we have to assign a player, or do they get to pick?
They get to pick.
Hello, hello.
Americas.
Ooh, this is good.
Okay.
It's gotta be
Underrated player in the league.
Yes, not in America. Wow. Actually,
Is my sound
Munich,
good?
are you ready?
Your timer has
Hello, hello.
I think I have a good answer
Test,
for this.
test.
No, I think I have a good
Munich,
answer.
Test.
All right, ready?
Okay.
Heat. Heat has been playing phenomenally.
Sorry,
I
my
think
sound
he's
was a
what this
little
team
low.
needed for Crew to go crazy. And the only reason I'm saying that is because he performed on KO, he performed on Gecko, he performed on Fade. It's not that often you get a really good info initiator, flash initiator, combo flex player. That is that insane.
That's a lot of buttons.
And mechanically, he is goated. He did really, really good. And I just think overall his performance speaks for itself.
Greatest of all time.
Shoot, kill, head.
That's an interesting point. What happened on MIBR last year?
He's better now, improved.
Reform.
Criticism.
All right, that's your minute. Ender,
all
you're
right.
up.
Here's mine, Moose. Okay, C9, they're coming in hot, and everyone's
Holy
talking
fucking
Oxy.
shit, man. The fuck is that shit? Yeah, we're waiting. That's why I don't like to start the stream before, because I generally just seeing nothing. What's crazy to me is that, like, all the fucking Riot people, they look like kid show entertainer. Oh, we have the draw.
EG, you will have first map ban.
Ban split.
EG ban split. Crew, what would you like to ban?
We ban bind.
Crew ban bind.
Okay.
And what map would you like to
I
ban?
think that's their
Lotus.
ban.
EG pick
like-
Lotus. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Attack.
Crew pick attack.
It's an attack map in NA.
And what map would you like?
We big breeze.
Crew pick breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Attack.
EG pick
I
attack.
think it's a defense map.
And you have one map ban.
Is it?
Ban ascent.
EG ban ascent. And what would you like to ban, Crew?
We ban sunset.
Crew ban sunset.
So we have Icebox.
Decider map will be Icebox. And EG,
Yeah.
you have side select.
Attack, please.
EG select attack. Alright, best of luck today.
I don't know. Like, leaving Icebox open for a team that plays
bring energy level down a
that peak
smidgen.
breeze.
And let's talk about some of our
It's
predictions
like
here, right? Because I think we've given a decent
weird,
case for both
because
of these
the
teams,
two
and
maps
some
are
of the other
very
topics that
similar.
we'd pretty poorly
Like
argued,
the
but
team
here,
comps
there's a lot
and
of talk
shit.
about Crew. They're proactive on defense.
Like the base team comp on Breeze and Icebox. It's like Viper, Jet, Sovakeo, and Killjoy for Icebox, Cypher for Breeze. So very similar team comp. So leaving Icebox open is a weird one compared to Ascent. Oh. Uh, no sound, it's normal. They're saying nothing. Like literally.
Right now.
Okay, Pug. Here we go. Crew is actually in good shape, like they're looking good.
Yo siento que G es un equipo bastante parecido como nosotros. Su planteamiento de juego es bastante agresivo como el nuestro. Y nada, va a estar bueno porque va a ser como quién va a ser más agresivo que el otro. Y nada, quién va a imponer su ritmo, eso se va a definir en ese partido.
También, pero Orchin cae en el suelo. 1 para 1. La tiene el brasileño. ¡Claro! Por parte de Hit. ¿Cómo la pone?
We've went against some teams that are kind of crazy. We just saw Oxy. He runs it down. He plays like that, so we're kind of ready for that for like Keston and stuff like that because I feel like they're very similar. They take a lot of duels.
Más, todos sus compañeros han caído, la tienen que jugar entonces 1 en contra de 2 con 7 puntos de vida, pero Kesnit va a cerrar otra ronda para Krubik.
Siento que, o sea, estamos preparados a eso, sabemos que no son un equipo convencional, que son un equipo que hacen cosas nuevas y vamos a tener que adaptarnos a esas cosas.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this Sunday started right and bring in our first team to the stage. Give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Damn. Wait, who? Oh, they lost to Cloud9, yeah. They lost to G2 and Cloud9, right? VG, I think. I think they lost to G2. Yeah, it was the 2, I think.
Y la verdad es que no sería una super semana sin la rosada. Que se escuche para Cruvisa.
Yeah, they lost 2-0 to G2. But the games were close, right? 13-8, 13-3. Oh no! Wait. Oh no, it's like in kickoff. In kickoff they played G2 and the game were close. Yeah, it's like 13-15 and 13-11. I remember now. I remember.
Well, if the annals of history are anything to go by, this is meant to be where Evil Geniuses take things up a gear. A slow start here in stage one. They've set a slow start in many of their games, but now is where the rubber hits the road.
But if there's one strength for Crew, it's that they work hard and then play hard.
A lot of people have been saying this.
We'll keep saying this. No, but for EG, I think this is an incredibly important win. Getting this first win on the board would be massive for this squad. I think if they lose this match today, then they're looking at a tough strength of schedule for the rest of the season. But if they can take this home, this is their chance to gain confidence and maybe turn the season around.
EG literally plays Sentinels and NRG next, and they need 2 wins to have a chance of making playoffs.
Playoffs are unlikely, but if they lose every game this split, I mean, that is a brutal way to walk away from it.
I mean, they were literally just talking about fixing their mentals coming into it. Their mentality was one of their biggest beasts to kind of overcome. And if you lose this first game, this Crew game, this pivotal game in this week, it's gonna be so hard to pick yourself back up from that. Losing this game as well as trying to work on your mentality, like those are two beasts.
This map pause we sort of talked about, right? Lotus, Breeze, Icebox. Icebox is where EG had that real suffrage up against G2. 3-12. And the double controller setup, it was not a good look for them. They're hoping they don't get there.
They absolutely are. And good news for EG is we're starting it off on Lotus, where I think they did look their strongest here. Now, of course, Crew are going to come in, and the first thing they're going to be looking for is those B walk-ups from APOF, right? Early in the half, that's what EG were conditioning, and Crew will need to have answers both to that and also Nature later in the half testing space out towards Rubble. I think EG, their attack looked good because of those lurks, and if Crew can isolate them, they're going to do a way better job of dealing with EG's actual exits.
100%. I agree. I think going into this, Crew's actual playstyle should be to punish the lurkers. And at that point, EG needs to have a separate game plan as to how to win these fights and how to take space without relying on specifically just APOP and specifically just any other player. It's going to be a rough one, but if EG do get away with this one, this might be the catalyst for them to kind of win the next one too.
One thing I want to see more on their defense is setting up some more of these kind of trap play ideas around the Cypher. It's the unique feature of their comp, and I think we saw some of that, splitting their Cypher across B and C, showing these heavier setups over towards A, but I think that agent that gives you a lot of flexibility in setting up those trap plays, in playing very strong sides, but you lose out on the stall. So if Crew's contacting up, getting space and popping on that Cypher site, it gets real scary.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Not expecting to see many changes here. Teams have not had a lot of time to actually adapt things game to game, though.
I want to see more from Giorgimo. He had his, I think, worst series I've ever seen in the debut. And he was fine in the second series, but he should be an all-star for this squad.
Fun to see what EG ends up going with. And like you said, Ender, we're in the midst of Super Week here, and the discussion about APOF is important, right? You come into this map probably without a lockdown. You know, don't have that ability to really lean into those sites, and you have to create pressure in other ways.
But you do see APOF use those cages, especially aggressively on those lurks, to get him into more forward lines and cross over some space, especially in front of B. What I would like to see from Crew on their defense is setting up mid-round reclears to flush out those lurkers. It's a little bit less all about the opening gambits that Lotus is usually about, and in countering EG, I'd like to see better mid-round.
That's something they do, right?
Yeah, that is one thing I'm actually looking at Heat for, because as I said before, this guy is impeccable with his information, especially on this fade. He had a phenomenal performance last week, and I think he's going to be doing a really great job at finding out where that lurker is, using the fade util to figure out APOF, and after they kind of figure all that out, retaking the map space that they need.
When you're watching this game, the things to keep your eyes on is where EG are positioning their lurks in the mid-round, and then watching the minimap of how Heat and Kesnet are moving together. Because like you guys are saying, those are the two that are going to be super proactive on these reclears. If they're shutting down Nature and APOF, that's a winning position.
Two very different stories. EG looking for that elusive first win as the climb to playoffs begins, whereas Crew are already halfway up the mountain. We're ready to jump into this game, so let's send it over to your casters. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, big test here for EG going up against Crew Visa, because they got some heavy hitters on that Crew team. They really do up on that stage. That's going to be a major, major obstacle for them to overcome, just in terms of that firepower. And they really need to come out swinging with some new strategies, maybe, you know, showing some of that old style of EG where they were really cooking up and forcing teams to adapt to them. I don't know what's on the cards for them. I don't know what's on the table, but Lotus is the staging ground which we're going to be heading into here for this series.
And the last time we saw EG here, I was fairly impressed. The problem is, as we go deeper into this map pool, it seems like it would favor Crew's firepower if they are the team that's hitting. So you need EG to hit the ground running. You need EG's composition to be working. And as to what you're saying about the creativity, EG have shown us quite a bit of creativity running APOF on the Cypher here. How much more do they have?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really that creative. Like,
Util being exchanged.
you've replaced Killjoy with a Cypher. Like,
They've got no Prowlers and a Seize, so at some point, Jorg and Derek expect them to run some kind of Seize nade play.
It's actually pretty bad, in my opinion. As I said, like, yesterday, about the Deadlock, I think if you play Cypher or Deadlock, you need to also replace the Fade to play like a Gecko, to get the molly backs and shit.
Without the Prowlers on the pistol round, Crew's kind of contacty play as they work the map here is going to be more difficult for EG to find out information about.
Because you need those mollies for like post-plant utility and stuff.
In order for Crew though. Now starting to make a move as the door opens up through tree. Lovely paranoia. It's a good collection. A lot of targets there, Superman. First blood found. What more can you do with it? Corralled and corrected here. Out to the side, I mean, revealed entirely. Heat!
Nice shots.
Making a mockery of it. Just opens up the site almost single-handedly. Still to see.
Oh, it's gonna get got.
That's quite nice. Cheeky plays here, but Kesnet still kicking, isn't he? With the big iron on his hip, and he's brought this one to a favorable scenario. The call is made to just double up and face and take the fight towards them, but Nature, he's the last one left, and he's just back to the major target here, the one he really did have to worry about, which is Kesnet.
And the pistol round set up as I think a lot of us were expecting the series to continue, which is Crew hitting some blinding shots to open things. Heat and Kesnet, top of the scoreboard for their team, everybody else on 0 frags. And Heat opens it with, I think, a missed haunt. I'm pretty sure based on that, the haunt was supposed to be going towards backside, but listen, might be completely wrong. And that's a cool little fake, because it did catch onto Superman, who was just nearby, and set Heat up for 2. Kesnet to finish with the Sheriff. Crew on the attack side, tons of rifles now. You know, already making this instantly into really deadly buy territory.
EG are aware of the slow starts to the beginning of some of these maps and series. Hello, not clear in the corner though. Patience on display by Nature. Not before APOF ends up going down, following up, but it has donated a rifle. Door opens up. Derek wants to take the fight to them with the nade rebounding straight off of Mound, but they are collecting the kills nevertheless. And really can't do too much more with the weaponry that's on display there from EG.
Gonna fall onto Superman to try to make something of this round, but Crew's awareness simply higher. After they made that small mistake at the beginning, but again, that's not actually gonna matter because Klaus came into this round with only a Sheriff. They're doing that, I don't know, like Na'Vi kind of buy, where a lot of people buy up as much as they can, and then some people come in with pistols. Even if you lose one player, look at their bonus round buy afterwards. And Crew's economy is looking fantastic, and Kesnet and Heat are both almost up to ults. They've just stacked all of their kills, basically. And the plants on top of that. Into the heavy fraggers on the team.
It's precisely the players you want to be having those ults as well. Showstopper makes all the difference, Nightfall as well.
Yeah. These are huge ultimates to try to make game plans around.
And listen, Crew keep it relatively simple. When you're talking about the macro gameplay, look at this, all grouped up now, shoulder to shoulder. This wall's going to be dropping down. They're going to try and force a fight against them. Vulnerable, applied, that's just from the snakebite, drop down, and again, there's just no game plans or protocols in place for EG to deal with it. And Crew will come at you with just a simple game plan. We're going to contact up behind this wall. We're going to throw a snakebite out. We're going to drop the wall, force the fight up with the guns, because that's really the key win cons for a team like Crew. They know that they can win out a lot of these duels.
As long as they can neutralize what EG are doing, which there was trying to post up Superman towards Rubble. Yeah, like you said, they're happy to take the fights. And this is a disastrous beginning for EG. We were talking about the fact that they needed to hit the floor running. This is their map pick.
Yep.
Yes, Crew are on the favored attack side, but you still need to be getting some rounds up here.
No what they say.
And that's a bonus for Crew. Big start.
Bonus round conversion from Crew.
And they took flawless too. Like they took some damage, but
just working so well there for Crew. It's not even necessarily that they are setting up the win condition. They're trying to shut down EG's potential play of them having somebody posted towards Rubble. They're happy to throw out that one snakebite and then drop the wall. What does it cost them? Almost nothing. Yeah. 200 credits worth of utility used, but it neutralizes what EG are going for and sets up Crew for favored gunfights. They're now 3-0 up, headed even closer to enormous ultimates to snowball. And EG have got some work to do.
The thrifty round might just turn the tides for them. Big stack onto C Mound. EG were looking to see if they could contest it nice and early, but no players going to be walking towards them.
I'll tell you what, Brent, I think that Klaus's IGLing has been great in these kind of moments.
Yeah.
From what we've seen from him so far in stage 1, he's been great on Lotus at being able to find these gaps and avoid danger in these kind of situations. You know, now that I've said it, we'll see if it now bucks the trend, but generally speaking, I think no matter who you've had recently, if Klaus or Melsa doing the calling, it's been fairly solid on the attack sides.
There's no rushing into things, you know, they spot out the trip. Apov couldn't quite get a kill off of it. Slowly making the moves. Door opens up with a Prowler Send flying, pulling out the util, they're waiting out the snakebite. They've got a decision to be made. They want to commit the Nightfall now. It's going to put a dampener onto the round. ZG just really can't stand a chance here.
it's just being dismembered. Like
It's slow, it's controlled, they bleed out utility, and they even commit an ultimate here. Derek tries to make things a little more expensive, but Kesnet, he's getting heated.
holy shit. 4 people alive
Yes,
again.
it cost them the Nightfall, but I don't think they're really worried about that. You know, EG need kills to get ults, and they're not doing a great job of it so far. In fact, the closest player to an ultimate is Jorgamo, and he's got no kills. He's just been able to farm orbs.
This upcoming round now is a real impetus, I think, for the overall half of EG. And even on the board right now.
You've got to expect EG here to be fighting heavy A Rubble so that they create that space for Jorg to pick up the ult orb.
Sees nades. Again, Crew just plays so slow.
Once Crew see that Jorg has picked up the orb, you know, you can just pull up the scoreboard at any point here and notice that Jorg is playing on that side of the map. That might trigger this C exec. Now they've seen it. Showstopper online, they know that the Raze is on the opposite side of the map. Do they commit, or are they going to start to slow things down and take their time?
Slow down just because they're worried about a trip, but actually, well, the Prowler connecting into it, snakebite at defeat. Kesnet second guessing himself, but now he does look to try and just take charge of the scenario. There's nobody on the side open for the taking here for Crew. EG instead opting to just group up now and try and play that full retake.
And this is going to be difficult for Crew to hold on because EG are ready to flood with the showstopper.
But they want to fight this one at Waterfall. I mean, they're just really trying to force these ults out early, and now they're scattering to the
He's
wind.
done.
Movement impeded there by the pillar, and Cloud's able to just pluck him out of the air. Still, pressure is being applied by EG on multiple angles and multiple fronts, but they still can't
It's a
take
2v1.
out the dynamic duo, Kesnet and Heat. These guys are elite. And Derek, it's sharp.
Derek
He needs a bit more
Windows,
where that
like.
came from. Still with a spike drop down at 1v1. 9 bullets left, a quick tap. The movement, 7 left. Wide in the face.
He does.
Eventually shut it
Derek
down.
is actually like the fucking saving grace for EG. Like him up off sometimes when he's like
Right when they needed it. This map was in
when
danger
he's
of flying
clicking
way
to-
out of their control, especially with that slightly beefed, unusual movement from Jorgamo. But Derek steps up, as we've seen from him earlier in the year, on that redemption tour in 2024. He was the player that stepped up for them when they played against Loud earlier on at
Yeah.
the beginning of 2024. They need players like him to find those moments.
I spoke about the importance of that round. I mean, listen, the economy not exactly in a healthiest spot, but at least EG do have now a fighting chance, and they pulled out that showstopper prior.
Yeah, this also just buys them time to get big ults online, right? Nature, Derek's ults can be very important. They've essentially left the C side completely up to Nature, and it allows them to stack a heavier fighting defense towards A. And Crew have been pretty sensible with their attack side macro, but they haven't also been breaking Apoth's trips unless they're committing to a site. So that's another thing to keep an eye on.
Jorgamo, slightest of off angles, just spots it. Apoth chooses to take the fight, alternating with the movement, and as well, Derek decides to join the action. That's a spike drop down. Pretty deep, will have to be recovered here by Heat, but a Neuro Theft revealing all. Positioning here, still he will pick it up without really too much of a challenge here because the players are low. Jorgamo, out into the open, the trades are not online. It's all just Melza and Crew covering all of these angles.
That's the Crew firepower. He just decided, no, I think I can win this round. And he bulldozed his way into trade.
Even Derek watched for, managed. They knew that was a possibility. So Nature's the last one left, and he's only got the Spectre as well.
He'd done such a good job of getting himself solidified on C, inside the Viper's pit. But now his chances to try to clean up.
Whoa, hold up.
They were
Find
slim.
Sue.
1v1, lined it up. And Nature has been gifted here. A chance, possibility. Doesn't know where Melza's positioning is though, and now he's got to get a move on. You can feel it now with the time ticking, the spike ticking, and there's Melza. Exactly the positioning of Nature, who's making all the noise in the world for us. So 5-1, being that scoreline.
Shouldn't have dropped the Spectre. That thing was gifted from God. The double spray down made me believe for sure. But that round typifies everything that I'm struggling to get on board with EG. They have such a good macro on their defense. They stack players towards B and A. They get a crossfire going to set themselves up with an advantage. And unfortunately, Heat just runs at them and kills 2 players, and it's kind of curtains then. Crew just get an easy avenue towards A because their firepower is better.
Yeah, this is the attack side of Lotus, but EG not escaping the slow start allegations.
Holy shit.
They've been running this trip at front B, EG, with Derek watching it pretty much the whole time too. Probably expecting Crew to make some kind of effort based on the VODs to go and break that regularly. And Crew have just been like, nah, we'll just walk at you and kill you. They don't seem as bothered with dealing what Apoth has to offer in terms of the info game on defense. Another situation here on the anti-eco where it's a nightfall to try to commit into A and soften up these eco players.
Connects onto 2, nades, rebound. Actually, ult's going to be expended by EG. They want to use this one. So they can take the fight to them. That's a lot of connections. Look at that, the trails scattered about here into Trin. Everybody looking this way, that way. All the noise cues cut away. Lockdown. It's going to be used just on top of this. The next layer, I think, with 35 seconds left. But EG, do they have any plan to break this one? It looks unlikely. They're going to have to really just back away now. Give respect to that one. So it's going to be a free plant. Crew to get themselves into that post plant.
And now they've got Klaus's pit if they would like to invest it. I think their post-plant positioning is going to be good enough, and they're going to feel confident enough not to have to use that ult. But we'll see if it bites them.
CNT, Horns. Hello, push forwards from Heat. There's a kill.
You don't just want to break that? I guess he was worried about being swarmed, thought he could try to take the timing.
Paranoia as well, next wave of it. Now the Stingers are really doing some damage and dirty work indeed. Crew still holding on to that control, but it is down just to the one. Superman, far too much damage done prior. He was too weak. Elsa really didn't even need the headshot, but still, it's another one claim. So 6-1 Crew. These rounds coming down to just these minutiae of moments, and a lot of ults committed by EG.
Yeah. Ults committed on both sides, though, so not a disaster for Evil Geniuses. But if you think back to what ended up making them such a great team in 2023, and yes, it's not the same roster, but it's the same coaching staff, the same ideas. It was that they weren't afraid to throw ults into those kind of eco situations and turn things around. Unfortunately, and it, you know, there was some idea that it could have worked there. They had the Nightfall, it caught onto tons of players. I think they invested Superman's ult as well to make it feel like there could be players behind in the midst of those audio cues being taken away. But unfortunately, they're just in too much of a hole here.
Yeah.
EG need the win on this map, in my opinion, because we're about to head into Breeze. And if Crew have those big heavy hitters of Kesnet, of Heat, maybe Shine, some of the others that could step up, Breeze is just one of those maps that lends itself towards the duels. You need to outbrain Crew if you're going to win them on Lotus, but this is new retooled Crew with Klaus at the helm, back trying to prove to everybody that he deserves his spot on this team as a top IGL.
Yeah, I mean, it feels weird to say as well, but you know, with the way that Crew play, talking about it, simple doesn't necessarily mean bad. We're talking about like the kind of calling from Klaus on the attack side. He has very structured ideas of what they want to do. They want to set up Kesnet really well as well. That's another kind of game plan for Crew. And if we go into Breeze, I mean, if you're just setting up Kesnet and empowering him to take fights all the time, it's a tried and tested strategy, and guess what? It works. Because Crew are winning so far in stage 1.
Not just that, Jorg at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. We saw him with a rough game earlier on in 2024, and it certainly did not help EG. He's that veteran player that EG need to look towards. Superman trying to make it feel like there's a lot of presence over towards C-Mount in an attempt to make this little push from Jorg and Derek a bit more effective. They've got rid of the turret, but they haven't done too much else. The turret being gone, though, is a big deal. It's going to make Crew feel more threatened about a potential push out of B.
Exactly, the uncertainty there. There's a lot of eyes locked onto the front avenue of B, but now they're going to be making their way over towards Klaus, who's got all that space on A.
This EG just threw a haunt over towards Mound and re-cleared that, so I think they should have a good idea that this is ending A for Crew. Jorg is booking his way over here, still full utility, and Crew are not taking space that quickly. Are we finally going to see them pivot B and give Derek some action?
There it is, Derek's forwards. It's a jumping clear by Klaus, but nobody else really to follow through with that one. Satchel! That is not
He gets two.
Derek does incredibly well. Tripped. Isolated and broken. Shy's going to be brought down, eventually wrangling control of the rifle for Superman to claim that kill. Melzer!
You can't allow this!
He's pulling it back from the brink. And just like that, when you think it's going so damn well for EG, this kill could be critical. Jorgamo dropped in the spawn. All down to Superman.
Cover going out.
1v2, Kesnet with an ult. It just looks unachievable. And Kesnet's just watching for the right angle. Expecting the
And
appropriate
Crew,
position.
they are
7-1.
looking good, man.
Listen,
Like
you're
they are
not gonna win
2-0
if
and
EG
they are
can't win
looking
rounds like
like
that.
they're gonna
Because I feel like they played the defense side, the macro.
They're gonna
the
crush
info
freaking
game
EG.
really nicely. They knew it was ending towards A or a pivot through. Derek gets 2 at the door. I think this protocol of sending Superman in with the flash through here, we've seen Sentinels do this. Awesome protocol. But then to double face and have Melson kill 2 of you and then out-duel Jorg, I mean,
Can't let that slip.
what kind of player advantage do you need to close out rounds here?
Yeah,
They are getting
yeah.
owned by the Crew skill.
That's what we talked about as the big obstacle. That's what you got to overcome if you want to try and beat a team like Crew.
Hello, Melzer's just having to walk through here. This is dangerous on an anti-eco.
Surrounded. There's a one-way. Superman taking a peek there.
He just remembered that he wants to win this game, so he decided to back up. EG have really been putting a heavy focus on Derek and sometimes Jorg, looking to try to put pressure here at the front of B.
Yeah.
They are so convinced that Crew are going to try to tackle this area and have Shy pressure it. Usually it would be the Killjoy, who walks forwards a little bit, tries to get rid of trips, or a turret if you're playing against a Killjoy, something like that. EG's game plan never once has been rewarded. They got rid of a turret one round.
Yeah.
Apart from that, they just got the wrong read on what Crew are up to.
Grouped up now, setting sights onto the seaside. Is that a committal? No, okay.
It's a cancel.
Melzer getting cheeky with it. Showstopper forwards, sent to the back, and the shots just don't quite land there. Not from the Sheriff, but Chocomo will do a little bit of damage here with a kill collected. He's got to try and play the door, so he survives on that cross. But it's a 2v3 here, and still with that weaponry disadvantage. The pit on top.
Holy shit, Kesnet.
Down and through. Kesnet, 4 in a round claimed, 8-1. This is just, I mean, it's top to bottom. Yeah, brutal.
Brutal, but not just brutal. A phenomenal resurgence from Crew. This was our team that went 0-9 in regular season games. They're now 2-0. And started out with the best beginning you could ask for in another match against EG. This is a revival.
It is.
I want to see their defense side though.
We've known that Kez
It's way harder to defend than to attack.
Was outrageously good on Raze last year.
On Lotus.
And he just can't get going today.
I think one of the best defense team on Lotus is probably Sentinels.
Another round where Derek taking contact in front of the trip at front B, looking for that information, but really just tying up his positioning.
They just very isolated here at the tree position, but he does have some help. Crew are just breaking a trip, walking up right behind it. It's Heat who's taking that, and look, I mean, Jorgamo's not ready for the angle.
They are so naive, man.
He chopped up and crossed up here. Yeah, they just don't expect these players to be in this position, and whatever calls being made by EG, there's just too much hesitancy in play. Not able to really take the fight to them, and they just dropped.
Yeah, and it's so nice to see from Crew's point of view, these rounds where the attack side ideas that are coming from, I would assume, classes the IGL, are the thing that gets them over the line. It's not just the firepower. Like, yeah, that is the big thing that I'm taking away from this map so far, is that Crew are winning any situation that they're put in. But to see them create advantages in rounds like this, where they just contact up, messing with a bit of the pace and the expectations, and EG are caught completely taken aback by it. That's lovely calling.
Yeah, I think they've got that extra element.
That's lovely.
Just class of that attack side calling it works so well to all the strengths of Crew. I mean, it might be too early to say. Listen, you can make the argument as well that Crew haven't really been tested so far in Split 1, but really, what is the ceiling for this team so far? They're 9-1 against an EG team. Dishing them out. I mean, dealing with almost every single obstacle that's been propped up and thrown up here. And look at this. I mean, you're talking about the pause in the round with Klaus just getting up ahead of the angle before the EG players are even expecting it. They play a crossfire as well when EG are trying to refight them, trying to get proactive.
Yeah, and they're using that Viper Orb completely against EG. They get on the other side of it. So any player on the A site has to then worry about being peeked from the stairs angle as well as the normal walk up from rubble. EG are getting kind of owned here. Apoth with no armor is going to try to defend C on his own.
9-1.
But an early round where Crew, listen, they don't need to do anything crazy.
Want to go for this one here. The rocket flying. Oh, but just only a smidge of damage is what it feels in the counter spell. That's Jorgamo.
If that isn't a single round to sum up the entire game so far for Jorg, I don't know what it is. That just tells the whole story. Crew are so aware of that kind of stuff. You know, they're not running into a rubble fight.
I want to have the showstopper, yeah.
All right, Nightfall used on the other side just to try to get some information. Maybe this is going to help them defend B.
Nice from Apoth here. It's repositioning now, pressing forwards. Holding with a double up angle. The Crew using this chance. Reposition. Nice and quick. Still actually a peek from behind there. It's Apoth and Superman as well taking his own fight. It's just flanks on flanks. I think caution to the win seems to be the game plan of EG, and maybe that's what it takes. It's thrown Crew for a loop, hasn't it? They don't even realize that Derek could be there, but as the door closes in his face, so do the opportunities. Nature creeping and crawling right behind them. No one's watching. And here it is, time to collect. Real chance and opportunity, but eventually they double up. And again, Crew are boundless. leaping through into the site. The plant finally down for them into this post plant. Another 2 versus 2 scenario.
Oh,
That's missing.
Not where that one was supposed to go, but the Snakebites are still going to hold back EG for the moment. Superman has 2 teleports. Fakes it.
I think he could have crossed in. Not much to clear this one either. Okay, Shy. Backing away here, doubles up with the face. Can he adjust the aim in time? Klaus wrapping around an ace. The potential is there. Doesn't quite know where the last player's been out. Here's the noise and Superman is just left clueless. Oh, my power ace. All for Klaus here, the IGL.
Damn.
Superman was looking on top of his own one-way there, thinking that Klaus had somehow jumped over his head and gotten inside of it. The Odin cleaning things up as EG. Bren, you're completely right. The call here is just throw caution to the wind. It's like, all right, our game plan isn't working. Let's just run.
Nice ace.
Yeah. Play inside smokes, try to find your ones, mess with the timings. 10-1. I mean, 1 and 10 is better than Crew did last year, but now things are completely flipped.
I mean, they really are. If EG have got any chances, it's got to be in this round here, the final one.
Same kind of defensive setup that we saw last time Nature had his ult online. Get him with a trip, ulted on C, tried to stack towards B and A. Shy, very rarely been here early round.
No punish.
They've been waiting to punish him the whole side. Yeah. Derek has been here trying to wait for that play, and they do it in round 12.
Backing away with the U2 in his hands, he can't quite get it. In fact, all the damage has really been done to these EG players. Exchange the weapons. Kesnet, the operator, Paranoia, peeking. Out wide. That will force out his Nightfall here. Still 55 seconds left in the round. Opportunities for Crew if they do want to take it over towards C or B, or even just look for these fights. Straight up!
Ape. I'm telling you, like, it's Derek and Ape in EG.
One bullet will do it, but now only 2 left alive here for Crew. Repositioning now. This is a round you must win if you are EG.
30 seconds left.
And the rest.
Of course. Contacting through, bit of a team flash. I'll also be apologizing for that one a bit later now, but they are going to get a move on.
They've given them the whole of B here. EG are just allowing them to get the plant down, not in position to flood. Hello, I love this ult from Superman, doubling up with Nature.
But Melzer just got off the plant there, and it has brought a bit more time here for EG to just try and take these fights. And Superman, he was a bit of ahead of the rest of his team, but now
okay, 2 rounds.
Swarming the objective, a second round here for EG. The real big question is
one of the back of Derek and one of the back of Ape.
But really, realistically, Crew have probably done enough.
Yeah, it's EG's map pick. And the final round, though,
you need that pistol, and if you don't have it, you need to force buy if you're EG.
Yeah. They would have to pull off a most outrageous comeback to have any chance of pushing this one.
Crew been hitting all the check boxes. Crew's IGL Klaus, and we learned about why he's been looking forward to today's matchup with Evil Geniuses.
Yo siento que EG es un equipo bastante parecido nuestro, como nosotros. Su planteamiento de juego es bastante agresivo como el nuestro. Y nada, va a estar bueno porque va a ser como quién va a ser más agresivo que el otro. Y nada, quién va a imponer su ritmo, se va a definir en ese partido. O sea, los dos vamos a estar como acelerando cada vez más para imponer nuestro ritmo. Y va a ser bastante divertido, yo creo. Creo que son un buen equipo.
So respect being shown, you know, Klaus saying he thinks EG are a good team, which they've shown those glimpses of brilliance, I think, in a lot of their matches. But maybe that's why, Crew feels like they're not pulling back any punches.
Yeah, Crew look excellent. I think it's so difficult in a season to fix mentality problems or just fix large problems, to be honest. It can feel overwhelming to try to tackle them all at once. But if you get a bit of a reset and get some fresh blood into the team as well, which he has given them, then suddenly mentality can shift. It can feel like your horizons are shifting too, and the more you win, the more freedom you have to try to make plays. Adam's got to be feeling excellent about how his team's performing right now.
Oh yeah.
I am a little bit concerned though if we flip things the other way to the fact that Jorg is having such a stinker. He's 2-12. We've seen him you know, kind of whiff on both showstoppers that he had in that half. One because of his own beef movement, as far as we could tell looking at things from our point of view, and the other just because Crew had anticipated it perfectly. And this is a little reminiscent of what happened in EG's game against G2, where he couldn't get online. And listen, again, I'm thinking forward to Breeze. To be honest with you,
yeah, against G2 he couldn't get online, and against C9 he got destroyed by Oxy. So
is their guy to go around and duel people?
He's got to go head to head with a player.
And now he's being like destroyed again by a fucking Crew.
2 and 12 versus what, 17 and 5?
I don't know.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, it's not actually just Kesnit and Heat up there. Heat's 8 and 8. He's had some awesome rounds. The pistol, along with another that kind of helped Crew get on board. But, you know, we've seen enormous stuff like the ace from Klaus and the 1v2 from Melzer that put them into perfect positions. To say that EG need this would be an understatement, and perhaps just stupid to even mention.
Well, it's got to start here and now with the pistol round, hasn't it? So
the cam to make sure the Crew are not going for anything aggressive. And the rest of EG grouping up towards B.
It's an open side. Well, Apoff decided to take a fight, and well, there's a whole army waiting for him on the opposite side. Crew are going to be fast on this one. It's a rapid uptake of the little door area. Now a deep push into the spawn. Shy's seen it. Open angles here. Just awareness off the charts here for Crew, expecting some form of aggression. Sees, not quite connecting, almost lining up with the classic bullets. 2 left to stand, try and defend against this one. Derek feeling the pressure, feeling like he has to take the fight straight to them. Oh, Superman, hello! Wait a second. This is a case of salvaging it, picking up those pieces here and now. Kesnit is low enough that a single shot of any gun will do it. A swift breeze, maybe even so. Tapping on the orb, trying to force the fight open, but now that gets the acknowledgement. This is a 1-pistol round for EG, and at least the beginning of the potential start of a comeback. Listen, we'll say it. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
I'm confused how Superman was able to get 2 off screen while we were watching Derek, and Derek played his 1v1 really nicely over there towards Waterfall, but I'm confused how Superman with a classic was able to take out the other 2 players. Oh, wow. There it is. So they're trying to go for a jump through the smoke and somebody else swinging, but as we saw yesterday, actually, when we were covering Sentinels, the team that's in the lead getting a little sloppy with things, not jumping the player through before the other player swings. They caught the A lurker at the beginning of the round. It was Apoff this time. It's going to be Nature. So Crew are stacking towards A, hoping for a similar result to get them into a 5v4 on an eco. But EG, they need to start some kind of snowball of their own, feeding the orbs into Jorg. And he also needs, I think, a lot of kills here. They need a big ultimate to start anything going.
Big ultimate and some confidence when go amiss. Something to offset the scoreboard differential that we're seeing. Well, they might want to go into C here, but that might be a mistake. You can see a Crew have already just been following those sound cues, and it's a heavy stack now with 4 players over towards C. All that noise that was made earlier.
Oh, it's giving Carmen Core.
Yeah, it really is. Jorg, slow and steady, but there are plenty of players watching this cross. Now they're going to send out that util snake bite. It's a C's nade.
Nice.
Quite nice to collect that one.
And I think they've realized that this is a stack. If you kill Kesnit here, that kind of indicates that there's a lot of players on this side. It's normally not going to be.
30 seconds left.
The Raze player that's defending that area. It's normally going to be the Killjoy and the Viper, or the Omen and the Viper, something like that.
20 seconds left. They're going to make their moves over towards A. Nature didn't throw away his life here, was it? Slowly and steadily grabbing control of the A rubble area, so they're going to be able to get themselves into that post plan here.
And this is looking clean.
Yeah.
So now comes the question of, you know, looking towards the ultimates. Can you build those up? And I think, listen, I think you go and just ask Jorg to go and chase him down. You just wait a little bit, see if Crew are doing anything that looks like a serious retake. And after a few seconds and the Haunt doesn't see anything, you're like, all right, Jorg, go kill them all.
And look at the diligence even from Crew on that eco here. The
Yeah,
players set up in, you know, tucked positions, just jiggling these corners for info. This is them just trying to die to the spike.
Oh yeah,
and they're not letting anything slip.
But also EG not going and hunting, which I think is a mistake. I think not only is it going to help you build up some confidence if you actually go and just get your stats looking a bit better. I'm not saying the players are scoreboard Stevens, but at the you know, everyone likes number go up.
Yeah, that's true. true.
It's not a scoreboard thing.
EG just play it.
It's more
As safe as you
Tom
could
thing.
possibly want.
Like it's the right play. It's not about like
Far away from a lot of those crucial elements, but they do navigate this round nicely. Next
saving
big
your
test is gonna be this
stats.
one, isn't it? On a bonus round, I keep it nice and healthy, but I don't exactly have rifles up against crew.
Yeah, if you've got some kind of pocket strategy that Potter has cooked up, now is the time to fling it.
Yeah. So it begins here. In terms of early util has been thrown out, just that orb and walking up behind it. It's what nature made the round feel like prior. It's picking up his orb now. This dog out open. That's a paranoid. It's just comboed up there with the swing of the guns. It's a nice little play that has been cooked up. Melzer feeling like he has to offload that paranoia, making sure that he blinds them. It's an open angle and real chances here for Melzer to do some damage, but not expecting nature to be that close in his face. Still, now they're skipping and hopping, getting themselves towards that A side closer. Jorgamo needs to be dealt with here, which crew are doubling up, but they seem to have lost the awareness. Yeah,
Nice
just
shot.
disjointed, really. Satchel. A little bit
Good
too far away
trade.
to set him up nicely for that one, but Avon doesn't even find the kill on
Holy
the
shit.
flank.
We can't lose this one for EG.
Don't let it slip. Clearing these positions here. Tripled up now. Out towards tree. Nice by nature.
And Crew is gonna
Eagerness
lose
here.
their
Get
bonus.
confidence back and take those fights to them. Heat. Recognition now settling in. I think that he has to really just back away and save this one. Play for the exits if real possible. But honestly, with the money in the bank for EG, it wouldn't even do too much damage.
And I don't think this round was particularly EG coming up with some great strategy that they pulled from the playbook.
Yeah.
I think Crew are getting a bit complacent, looking to close out the game. Kesnit's positioning, he opened himself up to both sides of rubble at the same time and was just like, yeah, I'll flick him. Like, what is that game plan? And then the other players from Crew kind of trickled in, not appreciating the fact that EG were going to have taken that space. You can see it here on the replay. Kesnit is not even playing inside the breakable door and getting caught by a really nice set play. It's a cool idea from EG to like swoop peek and have the paranoia off it and stuff like that, but Kesnit's believing in his own ascension as a deity.
Yeah, now I'd win. We've seen how that goes.
Where are you?
Still, monumental lead here for Crew. It's all about not letting it slip, but this is an eco round for them, so they are taking liberties. Look at that amount of space they've got over towards C Mound. I mean, they have just fully pushed up. Shy.
No paranoia here for Melzer though, so if they open door and try to fight B, they don't have that big blind.
Clear this one here together. With the util that's used, Jorgamo now really trying to make the most. Hello, you've been pushed forwards by the door, out into the open, and Heat, of course, he takes a bit of a gander. Another peek of that one here with the rifle. No way!
Nice shot.
And Crew are running them down, nature. So much to tackle here. It's this double setup. I mean, Heat is going to be so quick to swing as soon as Shy takes that contact. First kill is there. And there it is, the follow-up for 4 in the round. Heat blinding them with his brilliance.
And that all cascades off the back of the way that Heat is able to take a fight against Jorgamo.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how you draw up the mound crunch in your scrims. Jorg does a great job of being able to capitalize onto these two players, but as soon as Heat is freed up, then he's able to go and capitalize and support Shy. If Jorg either gets the kill or doesn't commit to it, or the rest of his team are faster to be able to put pressure on Shy, none of that falls to pieces.
Not
It's
like
a bit
this.
large on Potter's face.
Yeah.
On her reaction. This is a catastrophe for EG.
Those are the rounds you can't let slip. You just can't. If you want any chance of a comeback happening here. You know, interestingly enough, this is Crew taking the time out as well. Off the back of that, probably, you know, queued up during the half-by round.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Crew are playing a little sloppy. Not on the eco. Okay, it's an eco. You're allowed to go and do that kind of stuff. But the round before, yeah, they do need to respect EG a little just to close this out. But I think Atom will have pressed the timeout button before he realized that they were winning that round.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's queued this one up, ready to just give them an earful.
Yeah,
and now he's like being like, guys, what the hell are we doing? Oh, we won. Okay, hold on.
Just keep doing what you're doing, boys.
Yeah, just keep it up. But they do need to close it out. Can't let too many opportunities slip away here, but for EG, they put the focus back on them. They're going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, because as many good ideas as EG clearly have in their best moments, they're just making far more mistakes.
Yeah.
Early alarm bot and a Prowler to put a bit of pressure on the APOF and set this up.
Whoa, APOF trying to just run forward to take the fight to them. Showstopper right into the sky.
Okay, 1-for-1.
Seeking to even out the engagement, but he's still a player down for the team. EG. 3 left to stand here.
They have a deep alarm bot though.
It's a good reaction from Shy. He pops his nanoswarms at the front of C to buy time for Heat to come in and reinforce that site. Kesnit and Shy both stay B, anticipating a pivot. Crew have a player advantage. And it's still pretty comfortable playing the defense with 4 players spread like this.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, the deep alarm bot that Shy has.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really early indicator if they work towards B.
And Turret taking C contact. The fact that Shy's alive here makes a huge difference. All right, Jorg spotted it.
Jump spots, Shy.
The spike's not committed.
Said the door's going to be opening up. Now looks like they want to make a move out onto C, but it's still looking at util here to seize. It's a nade! Collapsing collided on either side, actually. Just a handshake through mid-air. Now they're going to do the rest of the busy work, and it is getting messy. It is getting scrappy. Can nature prevail? Only 13 seconds left into this round, and he's got so much to deal with. Kesnit.
Damn.
Firepower.
Good such a...
Prowess just flexing on him.
They're laughing so like.
Even in these kind of rounds, you can see the crew have great ideas. We've seen other teams run that same kind of thing. I feel like I've seen it actually happen to APOF as well, where he was able to cage and just run forward to dodge the ult. But this time, Kesnit good for it, and up to 23 kills.
God almighty. Yeah, he's on an absolute heater.
He's almost got 3x Jorg's kills.
And it is, I mean, that's the game plan of Crew, really, in a nutshell. It's just empowering Kesnit to take those fights. Take those fights, have him be the spearhead, setting him up with the util. It's a real simple game plan from them, with Klaus's calling as a, real combination. It's a 1-2 punch that's really difficult. I think it tests some of these teams like EG, where they haven't quite got those fundamentals drilled as such.
And also, I think just the firepower. There are times where EG have got into nice positions and then they've just been overpowered.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been impressed with what Atom has drilled into Crew over time. It's taken a long time. But a lot of the plays that we're seeing from other top teams, we're now seeing from Crew as well. At LCQ last year, they even showed us some novel stuff on Lotus. They were showing us like a one-way smoke over towards Rubble that allowed them to retake A control, that kind of thing. And they're sat pretty here on map 1. It was EG's map pick, but it's never been them in control. Not once has it felt like Crew were in trouble.
Now they find themselves 1 round away from taking that opening map, heading over towards Breeze, which really does feel like the home ground territory for a team like Crew. Crowds on the side of EG. Let's see if they can really pull up the old bootstraps. An impossible task, but we won't dive into the etymology of the phrase.
Some kind of explosive hit into C to set the Viper's pit up. Maybe that's just what the Doctor would order. But Crew already, as they lose Mound, going forwards and taking B control. That would allow them to open this door and scrap over Mound. If Klaus gets committed into, they can even do this with the Nightfall.
Oh, Klaus!
Nice bum.
Anticipating and predicting just a few bullets doing the job there. Wow, look at that. I mean, such a triple face of Crew APOF lucky to be alive. Everyone being picked apart on the EG side. They are running out of options desperately now.
Great identification from Crew that they were running that 3-1-1 default. Didn't overstep into APOF.
Now what a noise being made here to Paranoia. Going flying, he's got backup and he's got help here. Still, Derek's just going to run him down with the rifle in his hand. Superman still there. Adjustment of Shy. Derek, 1v2 to stay alive in the map.
30 seconds left.
He was there for them earlier. But this is even tougher.
Shy's playing this one so patiently as well, just tucked, but now with the Prowler spotting him. It's a slide-off angle to seal that one up. Nice
Good shit by Crew.
Overwhelming. That's what you scoreline here. Now, of course, the series isn't over yet, but I mean, Crew are going to be feeling so damn good about that.
It must feel amazing for a team that went onto stage so many times and every time bit into that bitter fruit of dissatisfaction. And for the diehard fans here who've just been turning out for every Crew game, knowing that loss and seeing the performance so well. Yeah, they haven't won the series yet, but they have looked dominant on EG's map pick. And already a great start to the season.
If you could really, in simplistic terms, boil it down to the gunfights, the duels, that firepower differential, now you're heading into a map of Breeze, which is really just known for that.
Yeah.
It's known for just letting the duelist players really flex the muscles.
Yeah, if there's going to be a map where Kesnit's able to run around, supported by the rest of his team, and take aggressive fights, it is. It's Breeze.
It'll be that one.
I think the macro calling here on Lotus, it looks really, really strong. And now we just get to watch the fireworks display.
Impeccable opening from Crew to begin, but of course map 2 still up and coming. We'll see you in just a few.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
uno. Gentil Amori tiene la clave. Deja en el duelo un tiro directo.
Runs through this one though. Rocket all the way through into C. He's around the world.
Liz here with Coach Adam of Crew. A very impressive run. Now, the big thing about Crew, the word being thrown around is improvement. I'm curious, what has been the biggest factor that Crew has improved on?
I think that the biggest factor that we have improved on is on our team play. We have a lot of really good individual players, and individual players tend to play like solo play. So working on our team play and understanding the value to playing one for each other, I think that is something that is key for us to win.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Well, I'll give it to you straight, folks. EG aren't beating those slow starter allegations anytime soon. Welcome back to the desk. The diagnosis of this map, it's a grim one. It is a monumental fundamentals diff here from Crew. I think just the shooting was very, very good. We can take it multiple layers deeper, but really, this team seemed well ahead of EG, almost every metric.
The amount of rounds where EG was up, had a good early idea, had something set up, and then Crew turn on the win button, and Heat goes out and kills 3 people. Kesnick goes out and kills 3 people. There was just too many rounds like this slipping away.
I mean, look, it's like a 5v3 round that is, quickly just turned around with a couple of instant kills coming straight in the other way, right?
Look at this stats.
Yeah, it's just 3 kills out of nowhere. Ridiculous that they win 5 out of 7 rounds.
Yeah, and that's
from being in a numbers
up.
deficit. Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
And then of course, I think what really hammers this home is, on defense, you're not expected to win the majority of the rounds on Lotus, right? And EG finished their defensive half 10-2 down, right? But they have 2 of these clear rounds where they're up, they're instantly stolen away. If they win those 8-4, that's a very respectable defensive half. You can work with that.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, when you're watching that defense, it wasn't even like they were losing those rounds because they were just, whiffing or whatever. It was literally at some point unawareness. It felt like they were completely unaware, and Crew just kind of ran around them at that certain point. They were pushing and taking spots that EG was not ready to comprehend, that they were pushed up way beyond what they expected. And a lot of these setups that they were having, where they did have Apoth, put his traps on the other side and come back towards A, or trying to run into those trips, it didn't matter because Crew just broke those trips, used all their util to re-clear what's even close, and ended up pushing them way off the site as well. So it was just, they couldn't hold down the sides and they couldn't fall back and retake into them.
I mean, let's have a look at the breakdown here. Give you guys a bit of an idea of just how brutal this was on so many levels. Kesset obviously has a great game. Your boy Jorg, though, right down the bottom there in that raised gap.
I mean, it is just another brutal game for Jojumo, the guy who was so electric the entirety of last year. And I even feel like that number is a little inflated from the second half, getting a lot of util kills. It really seems to me that in so many of these rounds, EG is just behind the time. They're not ready for the pace. Crew will have walked up into space. You see them swinging into it. They're not ready. But on top of that, even when they look ready, look prepared to take fights. I mean, I'm thinking of rounds where they have crossfires, they have setups, and then one Crew player just swings wider than they expect and just dunks on them.
Or Shy. Someone just find multi-kills at A-long constantly.
It was such an across-the-board just diff in firepower.
And the real issue here is that Jaw is supposed to be the backbone of this EG team, right?
He's the world champ.
He is a world champion. The team, he's the remnants of that roster. So for him to be the player that isn't performing, that is a major shock. But it's been now 3 weeks where he has been a shadow of his former self. And if EG are going to pick it back up, obviously they have way more issues, but Jaw has to be able to find himself soon.
She had her head in her hands at multiple points throughout that game. I'm very curious to see what our EG coach has to say heading into map 2 after that brutal opener.
Liz here with Potter from EG. Now, Derek talked to me before the game about those slow starts that you wanted to work on. Talk to me about what happened today, and did the work out?
It did not. It definitely did not. We got bullied around in there for sure, but I think for us, the good news is that we know what kind of advantages we had. The pistol round to that first gun round on that defense, it did crumble, but again, 5 versus 3 scenarios for us once again. So coming on to Breeze, we're going to have that attack side start, so hopefully that sort of gives us a little bit of cushion to where we can control the pace and have a better start.
Well, best of luck, map 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, look, fair enough. Potter's saying we had some big opportunities, but we got bullied around. And how do you fix things in between maps when you're struggling on a fundamental level against your opponents?
I don't know if they're going to be able to. We're going into Breeze. This is the flippiest map in the pool. It is the map where individual performances, duelists taking over, can have the most impact out of anything. It is so reliant on long-range fights, on wild aim duels a lot of the time, and that's where EG was struggling. When it came down to that chaos, when it came down to those straight-up fights, they were losing every time.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze is literally just a deathmatch map. In my opinion, like,
No,
they go in and
I
we
disagree.
DM. If based
Like,
on just firepower alone, from what we saw, it is
firepower is
way more
important,
obvious
but
that
you have
Crew
to
can
set up your
easily run away with
duelist
it.
and you
Just
still
with
have to
shooting
play
back.
as a team.
Beyond
Like,
just the firepower on
I think
Breeze, it's
seeing
also
like
about
it's
the
a
fundamentals,
deathmatch
about how you're setting up your duelist
fucking
play, how
map
your
is
KO
wrong.
is throwing flashes over the top, and that's something that Crew was actually very
Like
good
you
at,
have
I
so
think,
much
on their
like
Lotus. Even when it
as
looks
a
chaotic, even
cypher
when sometimes it is
subtlety
those crazy
with
rounds,
like
Heat and Kesnet together do a great
KO
job of
playing
trading
on
each
the
other,
opposite
of
side
setting
and
each
stuff
other
like
up
that.
for
Like
success. I think that the Crew fundamentals and team play, like Coach
you have a
Adam
lot
was
of
talking
like
about,
lure
are in a great place
possibilities
right now.
with
That'll
like
thrive on
the
Breeze.
fucking
Every
rolls
single
and
game, every
mid
single
and
map
stuff.
that Crew play, I feel like they're just
I think Breeze is
attracting a
like
larger and larger group of believers.
misunderstood
Right?
a
Like, 'cause at
lot
the start of the year,
by
it's like,
people.
oh, they win a game, but it's Crew, you know, we'll see, maybe they're better
It's
than last
actually-
year, but every single time,
It's
I
actually
feel like
not
they
a
have shown
bad map,
clear
in my
improvement,
opinion.
and they're looking very, very strong.
The Croupium tanks are filling.
It's just
they're
that
about
like
to overflow.
people don't like to play Viper. That's why the Icebox is considered a bad map too, I think. Because you can only play Viper. Like,
On Lotus at all. That doesn't seem like they're being put under the level of pressure where that could shine through.
I think we actually did, because I think the majority of rounds that Crew was winning were off of their team play, was off of having good ideas on how they contacted, slowing down the round, but the rounds we remember are going to be those 5v3s, those big moments where EG kind
people
of threw it
prefer
away
to
to
play
individuals.
Omen
and
and
also,
be
like,
like
the word team play, I think, can mean a lot of different things. Like, is that just
Love
how
a
you
buzzword.
coordinate your
more
timings of an
independent
exec? But to me, what it
and
is when the
throw
rounds are
smokes on the
scrappier,
fly
how
and
is your
stuff.
awareness? How is your
Whereas
trust with
like
other? Like,
Viper
are we
is
holding
more
all the smokes that can be
And they
stepped
were.
through?
more
And on a map like
timing,
Lotus, that is a scrappy map. That is a brawling map where you're fighting
agent.
around rubble and mount consistently. And those are the fights where they were coming out on top.
Yeah,
Try
coming
to
into
sell fakes
coming
and
into
stuff.
Breeze, EG really needs to step up their game of understanding what is open and what the loophole is. Even in their 5v3s, the issues that they had was they were just unaware, I said this earlier, that these spots were open and their teammates were not ready. Also, they did kind of do a little bit of losing the fights, but like, you know, Crew did really good. When it comes to Breeze, the way that they play, on their defense side for EG, they could step it up a little bit if they're actually able to hold their sides. The rotations are so long for the other rest of the team from Crew to be able to push in. If Crew is just staying together and holding it down, holding W, like EG, I think they should just play their strength. They should play together. When they do get those 5v3s, it's a lot easier to turtle back into sites and just hold back. Whereas on Lotus, you feel like you have the need, because it is a 3-site map, to get more information.
And I will say, too, I think one of the strengths I have seen in EG, especially thinking back to week 1, is a lot of their site anchoring, right? What can a guy like Nature do when he's getting overrun on a, say, 8-pop 2? It's not just always been about the lurks. You even saw in that defense half of Lotus, him coming up big with the Guardian, finding a 3K.
Just a slight delay there on stage as we're waiting to jump into the game, so we have a little bit more time to yap it up. Agent Select coming up in a few moments here. And for EG, they are going to go for the Yoru here and the Astra.
Okay, a lot of teams have been kind of trying out this comp. It was first really being seen by Gen G in Pacific and at Masters Madrid. Some of the really good strengths of this comp is the way you can combine together with that Yoru.
I don't like Astra.
Setting up a star, setting up a teleport deep.
And we have a classic comp for Crew.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah, we sent Astra, yeah.
Yes, but this is the version that Gen G was playing. Because
Yes.
you have that long-range cross-map Astra utility, you can combine that with your Yoru TPs and get a lot of great ideas. But you're
Like
giving
you
up
get
some
an Astra instead of
think
what?
it's totally fine, though,
Instead
because
of a
that
Cypher?
flexibility you have, and I want to see people look in deeper of it. Yoru flashing out.
I
of the
don't
smoke,
know, man.
Spamming out from that smoke off of Sova darts. There's so many layers of util.
Ready for map 2,
I think
everybody.
I would rather have
Dig deep and see
a
what's
fucking
left in the
arbor.
tank. And of course, it's time to head back over to Brennan's Sideshow on the call.
or Chamber. Honestly, if you're gonna remove the Cypher, I'd rather have the Chamber. I think Breeze is probably the only map where where Chamber is viable. But Cypher is so much better.
Actually running this one, and they had an interesting couple of execs, they have the cool ideas, right? They use the Yoru to TP into the Astra smokes, they flash out of them, they all peek at the same time. It's a pretty common play that they ended up doing, and it does give you a lot of options for that. It gives you more options for Hall's control. You start yapping really about the map design overall for Breeze at this point, but I think it has enough complexity to it and enough curveballs that maybe there's a chance for EG here, but it's got to start at the beginning here. No more slow starts to begin, and look at that. Full group up, Josh. It looks like B is the goal for them.
Yeah, not just a full group up, but 2 shock darts, 2 snake bites bought on the pistol. This says to me, they wait, fast the exec, play post plan. But if Crew are going to push elbow, that could certainly scupper plans and force EG to adapt.
Shy's just jiggling this. Recoil star pulled back, a bit of damage from the pistols.
Close.
No acknowledgement, really? No sound cues being made. In fact, they've just walked all the way back up and even spotted 1 or 2. No way!
Nice shot.
Delayed there. Bob just peeking, thinking potentially that the site was clear. Now, setting their sights here forwards. Trips just tripping them up quite literally here, just getting caught and strayed and tangled. They can't quite find these kills. What is going on here?
Kisnet? Was he flushed?
Well, that's not a good start.
That's not a great start. Yeah, it's not a great start.
Double sheriff sport for Crew on their pistol round defense. They immediately tried to do something disruptive. EG were looking to try to take control over towards tunnel so that they could set up, instead of going for what you were talking about, Bren, with the Yoru TP into the Astra smoke, kind of in the back corner of ladder. Instead, they were looking to just TP to pillar and see, I think, if they could get just a free plant off, basically, and play the post, but a disaster to begin with. And you heard Potter talk about the fact that she really wanted the attack side of Breeze to be a little bit of a different change of pace for them. Here, it's a bit of an audio fake. Nature teleports away, and that's supposed to make Crew think that this action's happening on A, when in fact, here they go.
Trip, again, not being dealt with here.
There they go.
Yeah, there they go.
Get someone in to
What the
sponsor
fuck is the
flawless.
crowd doing?
Yeah, we're getting quite a bit of value, I think, from this game.
Yeah, this is brutal so far, but this is the first round where EG are going to have rifles.
Who?
We need to see big performances with this composition from Jorg and from Nature. There's no questions either way. And I think especially Jorg, because Nature could play in a more supportive manner to try to set up Jorgamo to go for those aggressive peaks.
Yeah.
But they need somebody, particularly one of the 2 duelists, I think, to be firing.
Shy just alternating a setup here. Pretty heads-up play by him. Killtrip's got on value with the choke for multiple rounds here, but he's actually gone down early. But that fight,
He's traded though.
2 for nail.
That's just a timing shot from Klaus, and Jorg peeks into it. It's a nice play what they go for. You know, they're setting up to have Kesnit get on top of this wall so that he's got the long sight line down mid. But Shy goes
Nice shot.
Kesnit rotating around, picking up Apoth, who's gone for the lurk. The team play on display.
This is really all on Klaus. There's not too much util to try and stop them and stun them in through that choke point. Should be that open B side and playing that full retake now for Crew.
But look, yeah, this retake is coming through so fast.
Yeah.
And it's going to deny post-plant positions from
That
Superman
was a
if they
close
want it to fall
shutdown.
back. They're getting surrounded.
Surrounded and Derek, I mean, across their placement. Not expecting that the players could be that fast up onto the flank. Superman seeking a reposition, trying to take matters into his own hands. Now Fate potentially in his hands as well to make the most of this one, but traded out through the main angle. Now Nature lined him up for him.
Gets to 15 HP though.
He's up against the big dog himself, Kesnit. He's sniffing, he's hunting. The reposition of the gate crash might have bought him a few critical and crucial seconds.
You have to
Kesnit
tap
has
the
to wonder
spike.
whether that was a fake. Now should have a good idea.
Kesnit now, time ticking against him. He's got half onto defuse. He actually has bought himself a slight window. Nature peeking.
No time.
Quite, but still surely done enough. And Kesnit realizes it.
No bonus, but a lot of damage.
But what an expensive round for EG.
This isn't over.
It's okay, Focal.
There's a concept called playing to your outs, where Kesnit, the only way he wins that round is by getting onto the defuse, and instead he was looking for the kill.
Yep.
Maybe getting a little...
Playing to your outs. It's a concept, Josh, called playing to the scoreboard. And I like to embody that one in ranked.
But EG managing to take a situation where it wasn't looking great for them and turning it around. We've seen actually a couple of times that the only major flaw in what Crew are doing in terms of their team play is how they double swing together. Here's a flash peek. Great beginning for Nature.
Yeah.
But out of 7 times on Lotus where they went up a player, they only won twice. The desk gave you that stat.
Holy
Between
shit.
the maps.
That's what Potter was in real disarray, I think, as well, with that interview that Liz was doing. Talking about just unable to convert those advantages when they get them.
Yeah, Potter was talking about the 5v3s. I mean, you're not just up 1 player there, you're up 2 for anyone who doesn't care to do the math.
Not me. I hate learning. Here we go. Dimensional drift in through the side. Going to be picking out some of the positions now. These crew players, you can feel it. Look at that. I mean, 3 spotted, swarmed up, as well as that by the dart and a flash. It's all combined up. Now, EG still choosing to commit into this one. They have one more blind ready to work with. Superman. The lurk all the way through Horse definitely pays off here. Dash to cut it all up here. Klaus feeling that heat, feeling that pressure out through the back, and that's Derek Guardian in hand.
Okay.
2-2. Nice evened up scoreline. Better beginnings now for EG.
They have the T side though.
We're seeing the last couple
So
rounds some big
we'll see.
shots being hit by EG players.
If crew manages to, if they manage
That's a
to
nice flick from Superman, followed up by a great
get five rounds, it's a good half. Because like Breeze is another like
Mena was talking about the fact that she feels this map descends somewhat into deathmatch at times.
is another like very
if you're
attack
able
side
to
map.
hit, maybe it was just a slow beginning for EG.
Yeah, it's like 60.9% for 39.1.
It could do some damage.
Certainly if Crew go exploring, he's watching over towards the B side of the map.
A lot of teams been experimenting with the Outlaw a bit more recently.
Yeah, they have. And Crew have certainly been a team that's been pushing on defense. They've walked out elbow. I mean, they tried to do it on the pistol, on round 3 as well.
It's crazy to see that like
Simple idea for Apol.
Icebox is one of the least banned map in the pool.
EG looking to land. Flash through with a drone. All comboed up.
It is the least map banned in the pool. It was banned like 4 times in 3
Do have a
weeks.
lot of peace of mind knowing that they picked the right site. Corner Superman doesn't die there. That's 145. Sheriff
Compared to us, and banned 10 times. Split by 9. Bind and Breeze both banned like 8 times. And then it's Sunset at 7 and Lotus at 6. Okay. They woke up apparently.
They're laughing about that. Akila, that is a silly, silly scenario.
I don't know how
They're
they've managed to
woken up.
change their mentality so much from Lotus to Breeze, but do seem to have freed themselves up a little bit.
Look at this here from Superman. I don't know if I catch this. He's like, oh, hello. Oh, hello. That's excellent.
If Superman and Derek keep hitting, then we really are going to have a challenge for Crew. Kesnet picked up the operator here, looking to try to take this angle down halls. The compositions that run the...
Whoa!
Okay, good stuff.
That's a spike drop down as well. I mean, Jogma had that one into his hands. Hunter's Fury is going to be used, but that's really to no avail.
Yeah, that was an incredibly fast beginning to the round.
Oh, no.
Gonna feel the heat.
Lone kill is being caught. Apok just going to walkabouts into mid. Kesnet taking the fight straight to them there, but a dash eventually going out.
And it's
Shot
Joel
down,
though.
forcing the fight out into the open. Last player left is Superman. No chance there. What a rapid end to the round.
Flawless.
Yeah, fast beginning, fast ending.
Yeah.
Not afraid of making enemies. So as quickly as things looked like they were going well for EG, they've let it slip again. It's an early round play. There's a lot that you can do with the Astra. You can run slow rounds where the smokes allow you to lurk up holes and create a lot of pressure on the site. But you can also try to do these fast rounds where a recon dart, a pull, a stun, something like that sets up Jorg for aggression. Didn't quite work there though. And a great shot from Heat.
Yeah.
For anyone who's unaware too, Heat had never played Initiator before joining Crew. He'd only played Duelist. And he was in a spot where his reputation was not in the greatest of positions, considering the weird way in which things ended on MIBR last season.
Yeah, the rumors that were circling around him.
So the fact that he's just instantly come out looking amazing on these Initiator picks and firing as if he was a Duelist.
Especially so, given that other players have attempted the same. They haven't quite come up with the goods there, but this is a fight and a push now in towards the A side. Again, it's been giving up a lot of ground for the front section of it. The Hunter's Fury didn't do enough to push back that plant, but Kesnit straight into the fight. Look at that with the updraft. Doesn't choose to just try and take the fights towards him. This time, here's that raw gunplay at work.
Holy fuck!
Bailed out by Heat. 2 players left to do the work here for EG, but there's really no chance to get them off that one. Full defusal.
Like, where did those knives go?
Unbelievable pace with Crew.
Trying to speedrun him, man. Gold split 112. Never even seen a 113.
He was like literally against him.
Them all here as they tried to retake. In theory, the EG post plant should be quite potent. They have the potential of running Viper post plant. They have a pull on the spike as well.
Yeah, they have so many tools.
They should be able to buy time for either those to win the round or those to buy time for post plant. Lurk plays something of that idea. And yet, once more,
I don't know.
their inability
PG
to
feels like they're playing like
really allowing Crew to bulldoze over them.
distinct.
Maybe the choke.
Some people want to go fast, some people want to go slow. And it's like they are not all on the same page. They're not playing as a team. They're playing as like 3 and 2 or like 1 and 3 or like
it's common enough. Look at that.
they are not like
I mean,
communicating well.
To punish Jorgama when he goes to this updraft dash, which he's been going for consistently.
He's not going to this time though. Jorg taking an explore through halls. He's become the lurker.
They're making this feel like a B hit, I think. They need a few Asher stars in through the back of the sides. Not really too much more danger towards this Apoth. He's taken fights and liberties up through the gut of Breeze. Same with Jorgamo.
And it's that shock dart at the beginning that allows Apoth to do that. Thought the shot was good there from Kesnit.
Oh my. Yeah.
Kesnit now. He's being squeezed slowly.
You can't miss one more.
Plenty of players now approaching the position, trying to watch for
Okay,
that one.
trading.
It's the back being caught, but eventually the
Are they gonna
trade,
expect
Apoth
Apoth? Yeah. Actually, they do. Wow.
Recognizing that could be a possibility. Jorgamo though.
Okay, not traded.
There with the dash now active. Did get this one kill, and he is back through main. Oh, greedy, picking him up, opens it up to the angle. Shy removes him. 2 versus 2.
Wow.
Takes out Derek Nature. Last one.
They're just like bunny hopping in and shit. Holy fuck. They're styling on EG.
We've seen Melza win rounds for them multiple times. He said he felt more confident now that he's given up the reins of the IGL for the squad. He said he felt better about his own individual play, not having to control the reins.
They are styling on EG.
Spike planted.
But yeah, that is a weird decision from Jorg. He only just got his second kill of the map. And then just kind of opened himself up to getting punished again.
They're so willing to give EG access to the front section of A, all of these sites, and just trying to flood players in.
Yeah.
Hard and fast, trying to play the really, quick tempo in terms of their retakes.
And the thing is, normally you can't play that quick on the floods every time because you're...
I mean, a map like Breeze.
At the risk of sounding obvious, when Valorant, you're supposed to stand still when you shoot, when you're playing Valorant. So if you just hold W at your opponents the entire time, they're going to be able to find really easy angles to punish you doing that.
Not just that, the map's massive. Rotation times are increased for the defensive players.
Sure, but Crew, I think, are playing the macro well enough that there are a lot of players in the backside of A. But normally, people are going to be cautious as they scale back up to get into retake positions, whereas Crew are just running at them. And then once they notice an EG player, they're like, oh yeah, let me stop and just kill this guy real quick. There isn't really that threat. You need to put a little bit of trepidation into the way that Crew play in order to give yourself more time for the post-plant utility to really work. So, again, to me, it comes down to hidden shots. We have seen some big rounds from Superman and Derek earlier on. Nature 2 with his double spray down. We need to see more of it. At the moment, Crew, it's just a quantity of rifling that they're winning. Have you got a shock dart for that one?
Unlikely. Pit as well being set up.
I got the spike.
It's just a clone that's been sent flying forwards.
One day, Bren, we are going to get the fake clone play of a lifetime in pro matches.
Yeah, I mean,
someone is going to walk through a pit and just...
Maybe today?
donk walk their way through a trip as
Maybe
well.
today. I mean, Nature shouldn't do it now. You only get the one clone if he's been tracking it. It's like, wait a second.
One day, though.
And slow mid-take by EG. They do have a lot of ground here. And so Melzer does have the safety, at least playing inside of his pitch. Shy as well now to collect these kills with the crossfire setup. And Clarks are so fast with him, making sure that they've got that crossfire there.
A nice idea with the mid to be on the eco round for EG, but Jorg again not really finding those opportunities to take the fights or win the fights. Not at the tip of the spear. That's what you would have liked to see in that situation, I think, is, you know, have some kind of idea of flooding out through that Viper orb. Jorg instead is going to try to take a fight over on A.
The flash and dash, it's just using the left click to the knives.
It ain't there today.
Yeah, it's really not. Just can't quite hit that shot. So Heat and Kesner still kicking. Still a nuisance and a problem. A flawless one for Crew. 6-3 now. Really getting their footing in this map.
Yeah, multiple opportunities there for EG to find an opening in the round, despite their weaker buy. But they just kind of walked through that Viper orb, didn't have a double face onto yellow.
Yeah.
They could have gone for high lows. They've got the jet with the knives. This doesn't feel like Jorgamo's day. Gotta find it though if EG want a chance of being able to win this series still. Crew are running away with it. Cypher setup has moved over to the other side of the map, mostly on A to play with Melzer.
Jorga, this operator, I believe spotted there by the jump spot. So Melzer gets that info and backs away.
Might be setting up here for a Cosmic Divide A split into Superman pitting the left side of Pyramids. Got that cam to worry about.
Yeah, the cam and the trips as well.
Yeah, but if they're scaling left side of Pyramids, they might not hit that kill trip. That's going to be the left side of Pyramids from the attacker's perspective is generally where you get the better Viper's pit.
Do have that horse control, clone. Has to get broken now. Aware now. Surely these main players shot, missing, going wide. Just trying to exit and flood out of that position onto the high ground. And Derek is really getting a move on the Ferrari peak and swing shot. Missing from Jorgamo. 2 versus 3.
They know about Derek.
Being bogged down by all this Cypher utility. And your position is swarmed. It's noted.
Toxins going up.
What is your exit strategy? We're waiting for the fuel of this wall up, but it's about to fade away. And guess what? Kesnet on this flank, hunting them out. Activating the dash, spotting the one, takes it away. Gotta know where the second one is at this point. And yep, Superman, well, he does win his one. Spike's been dropped down. He's got 2 players to deal with here. Doubled up. High-low has to be a miraculous entry from him, but will not be the case. So
another dominant half for Pro. Again, it's a defense half.
You
so
can't persuade me that EG genuinely thought that was their best way of winning a round. To walk Jorg out with the attack side up through a smoke in A main and just hope he hits the shot and then walk through this one as well. The timing's off between their A main and their switch players too. There's no ults invested, no real util pressure. It just looks a mess today from Evil Geniuses.
Dodging the initial wave, they're going for a flash re-peek. And that setup, I mean, the flash was beautiful. Luckily, Nature having that gate crash to get the hell out of there. Now,
need to get out.
Sentinel drifting forwards. Picking out the positions here. Shock darts. Allowing them to get entry into the B site.
And here's where we've seen Crew be very aggressive on the retakes before, right? And so how does EG slow them down for long enough?
They are full sprinting through this one. I mean, it's a pop flash play with trying to get Heat to lead the charge here. His ult fading away. He's got 2 just spraying him down, but he is dropped down to his knees, getting that information for the rest of the team. I believe there'll be a res inside, but there is a player next to him here. Derek is being pressured from all sorts of angles. The snake bite almost taking him out. They have to cancel that
He's
one.
not gonna res him.
He is just
he's gonna go now.
Dropping down a noise cue, giving
Yes,
Shai the
time.
perfect
It's a
opportunity
4v2.
Res online, 1 player back.
And they're out of the
Now
site
just
completely.
one
Like,
left to stand to tape off. Miles away. Neurofeth reveal his position. Yes, they've got the pull, but they're blocking it. Perfection with the movement. I mean, Crew are flexing on them.
holy shit.
So good.
It's been a long time since we've seen something like that being pulled off.
Yeah, the idea is old, but the execution, you very rarely see it actually work.
Yeah.
Plenty of times
so
we've seen
good.
teams go for it, but lovely one. Listen, try and pull it off in your rank games. It's more difficult than it looks. It's really easy to just let the diffuser slide past
Look
you.
at this again. Yeah, look at it. Watching him.
Yeah, body blocking to make sure that they don't leave that diameter where you can diffuse inside of. Excellent. Like you said, just styling on him. Rifles back online for the final round of this half. But Potter's hopes that the attack side would do something different.
Perimeter?
I think have come to naught.
No way. Kesnet.
Okay, I was like...
What is he up to?
All right, another first pick for EG. You have your 5v4. You're not in a bad position. There is no compensation here for Crew necessarily. They didn't get great info. They didn't insert a player.
Poison's off.
So it's just a straight up player advantage. How do you convert?
Trying on the opposite end of the map. Playing well away from the rest of his setup. In fact, B is entirely open. Of course, we know that. There's so much more caution here for EG.
Apoth just got another star online, so he can still seek to use one to help the rest of his team. They are really making sure that they can hit this site.
Yeah. I mean, that's a full committal. Hunter's Fury gets expended just for that side take.
They use the recon as well, so they don't have that to stop the retake from coming through.
Reveal, Derek.
Okay, they find the
Playing
Ike.
that post plan just from that wide angle. Look at how fast Crew are, man. Just following orders. Sound cues now to pit. It's got to be their last line of defense, really. It's got to be
And
the
they
way
should
win
expect
this round.
up off.
Now, Jogamo to defend his appropriate angles here. Superman off to the side as well. He's got to stay alive. They're spamming away in every position here. This time,
Okay.
EG. Come up with those goods. And
I mean, I said that if Crew won like 5 rounds, if it was a 5-7 for Crew, it would be a good half. And they are winning 8 for like...
And they had nature defend them. They still had Apoth on a really late post-blank lurk as well.
Could be like a
Another straight
13-5
from
map.
nature.
Yeah.
But yet these moments, they've been few, they've been far between. EG need to pick it up if they've got a chance of still winning the series.
Absolutely.
If they win the piston, 13-5, 13-6.
Thank you. All right. Hello, I'm here with some Crew super fans. If you couldn't
Holy
tell,
shit.
you guys like Crew? What was that? My Crew Panda! All right, I have to ask, who's everyone's favorite member of Crew?
Shy.
Why Shy?
He's shy.
I would have to agree. What about you?
I have to say Melzer.
Why?
He's the closest up for the team all the time.
All right, what's your favorite thing about Crew as a whole?
Shy.
What about you? You're not rooting for NA team. You were here for Sentinels a couple weeks ago, I remember.
Yeah, I was there, I think, like, end of or beginning of March or something like that. But at the end of the day, Crew is where I bleed, bro.
Crew is where you bleed. Why don't you root for EG?
Listen, I respect Potter a lot, I respect Jaw a lot, but ever since this guy I became friends with this guy, had to support Crew all the way.
Oh, so you've been influenced.
I mean, I guess you can say that, but I feel like...
How did this happen? How did this happen?
LCQ.
LCQ! Oh my god, but you guys met here?
Yeah, we met here. We had that huge group out there, and I just met all these guys, and we just vibe each other.
We just loved his energy so much, and we're just like, we gotta join this guy chanting through. And hey, they made it through and made it the champ, so...
Now I have to ask you, Crew has definitely seen like a transformation from kickoff until now. What is it like seeing the Crew perform the way they are now?
It's been insane, considering just how they were last year. Making it that run to champs is really, really cool. So seeing them doing really well now is just a lot of fun.
All right, give me one more cheer for Crew, please. All right, Vamos Crew and Brennan Sideshow. Please take the game back. I can't hear. Is it going back? Hello?
The Vamos, man. I love it. I love it. I mean, Crew, this is a team that, yeah, they had doubters last year. This time they've stepped up massively. And the question is, Josh, are they going to go on a run?
You know, this time I think they are.
Okay.
I think, listen, you can't doubt what this team is putting together. They still have to face against Loud, and then they're going to be playing against 100 Thieves, I believe, and Lev. But at the moment, the way that they're playing, it just looks superb. It's Apoth to hold them back on this pistol round. They are in so quick.
Does have the backup as well, at least. The Yoru nature is TP deep into the Kesnet.
It's overwhelming.
It is overwhelming, man. I mean, this entire site just looking like his playground.
You have to play fast. You have to have enough skill to be able to match them. And you have to make sure that your ideas are flawless, because otherwise Crew are going to pick holes in them.
just picking the right pause into the round as well. Look at that, just waiting for Melter to get the fuel back up so they can get the cross safely and get the plant online. Now drops down, taking a fight, dash forward.
That dash-in was questionable.
That was not intention. I mean, it's not at all. Crew, pistol round. 9-4 now for them. And yeah, to bring back to that conversation topic that we're really just leading into this half. Crew,
what's the ceiling?
That's the question, right? What is the ceiling of this team? Their upcoming matches that they've got are going to be hard ones. They're going to be tested, no doubt. But this is a crew that feels very different. You know, it's the raw firepower revolving around a player like Kesnet. Everybody else can also deliver in those clutch moments, but they're taking those right pauses.
Yeah. I also think we're talking about them being like a new, rejuvenated team, but you've got to remember Crew for quite a while were the top team in the LATAM region.
Oh, yeah.
And not just that, they were one of the only ever teams to beat Loud when Loud were on top of the world. Who do they play against next? I believe it's Loud coming up. So they've already done it in the past with the core of this roster. Yeah, without some of the pieces involved.
Oh, deep push.
But they've proven before that they are capable of hanging with some of the best squads in the world when they're playing well. I do think that there's some...
Keep an eye on that Cypher.
0-9 crew from last year. We shouldn't really expect them
Shy is gonna get backstabbed.
Are you watching?
Yeah. Now the door is open for Derek.
Trying to get their way into this side here, but yeah, I mean, Crew, difference maker. Fights
Back
taken
down.
together by the EG players. Not enough.
Good
Bailed them
eco.
out. You're right. This Crew is very different with the confidence behind them now. A couple of wins under their belt in stage one. It's a different beginning, and that can make all the difference in the world, right? When you head into a regular season, you've got that win under their belt relatively early, all things considered. So,
yeah,
these hurdles now, just building upon what they're already doing well, which is setting up Kesnip. The macro play from Klaus of his calling, just being so damn good, to be honest. And they're a team that you can't, dare I say, really anti-strat. I mean, you can know that they try and set up Kesnip to success, but you can know that.
I mean,
but it's one
who
way
are
to
just
deal
playing well, like...
Let's have a look at their game
They're
plan
not
here
doing
again. It's
something
another fast play. Flash recon
like
to
special
try and
or
Kesnip.
like...
Get that open
They're
to
just
dual
playing
fields.
well.
Look at it.
They're not trying to play with weird comps or shit like that. They're just playing the classic comps well. They are a solid team now.
Finally, Nabskir, one connection in through the back of the side, but you can't let this one go. Not now, EG. Starting to make the approach in open bodies and angles here. Surely you take these fights, and surely you win them out. Jorg, his position noted and eventually dealt with.
Mensa.
It's a crew that really are just working with not too much at all. Lovely shot.
We found close.
They know that Shy was here. They know Shy's already got a kill from this position. They just didn't expect him to still be there, I assume.
Yeah. Well, Apov.
Revealing it.
Going down here, Derek.
And he knows he's in the crossfire.
Tagged up, isolates one.
But he wins those. I'm telling you, Derek is the only saving guys for fucking EG, like...
He's given it to them a couple of times throughout the match. Can't say he
It's actually the best player currently for EG.
When he's left alive in the 1v2s, he has been there, offering them lifelines. But it's not so much a rope that they can hold on to as a thin thread that threatens to snap at any moment. Under the weight of a 10-5 scoreline down a map. That rises Derek up to the top of the scoreboard where he has his Hunter's Fury to try to put more pressure onto Crew as they enter a site or go for a plant.
Crew can begin to take a bit of a breather maybe into some of these rounds. Just play it nice and slow.
They've got a high-low setup at the start of the round there in case it was a fast B push. And now Jorg.
Ooh, nice shot.
So they go from the high-low on B to double face into clear. Good team play between EG.
He's the hunter.
Derek, the Hunter's Fury.
Nice dodge.
Sniff it out, Nature. It's lovely, just tracking that one. Still, Jorg did go down a little bit prior there to Klaus. Three players now.
And Jerk die.
Into this position, just tucked. Unaware of really his position.
Okay, it should be an EG on.
The flash to set himself up and alive here with heat. See if he can make anything of the moment.
He saw him.
Spike drop down, out into the open.
What is the Astra doing?
No one else to really
Like,
follow up onto that one. Derek touching his head now. Needs to wait for Apov to get back into the fight. He is onto that high ground position.
like he took so much time to take that line.
Of liberties.
Yes, EG have been losing, player advantage situations, but not in this kind of fashion.
Almost there with the reaction flick as well. The shots they need to hit and mighty.
Almost.
To take him out. There could have been a chance.
Nice try from it.
Scrappy as it is, though, EG get across the line. And to be honest with you, this might be the first eco I can remember Crew taking. I think there was one in the second half of Lotus, actually. And they ended up winning it. But the weaponry is not going to be great here for our attack side team. Thanks to some good ideas from EG. I especially like that duo play between the two players actually at the bottom of the scoreboard there, Jorg and Apov, working together to set up a punish onto Kesnet. Initiator utility clears a path forward for the only player with a Guardian on Crew.
Kesnet forcing into it. Standard 250 credits, so
I think he's pretty confident he can get his Blade Storm up for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, 3 orbs away. All takes is a kill. There's going to be one away for it. Nice peek with the drone. So, put into punishment now. Onto these players. The Crew really just waiting around. A little bit clueless at times is what it was looking like, but still. It's good that EG are closing out the rounds that they should be winning.
Absolutely. Because that was a massive problem for them.
Okay, flawless for EG. That's good for the confidence.
The player advantage spots too. A long way back.
We've got to take it one
And a
round
Crew
at a time,
timeout.
and that's forced that timeout from Crew Visa.
A nice breather.
Kesnet's economy not going to be amazing here. We said
It's weird that they haven't
away.
like
He only got the death, so now he's 2 away.
they have not
Does he
taken
go
the
for
timeout
the Guardian
before.
play? Do you try to drop him a rifle?
You know?
Somebody else plays with inferior weaponry.
So you
on
can
this
like have a plan for your eco
On top
and
of all of
your
that,
next
how do you work around what EG are
rifle
doing?
rifle
Because they're
round.
looking for aggressive peaks. What we've seen from EG is, at the beginning of the round, the first
A
10
lot of
seconds,
talking.
they have setups to wait for Crew to do a fast hit.
Yeah.
And as soon as they know that Crew are not going for an immediate fast exec, then they have some other tools in the arsenal. Either double clears to flush out B, or a peek through tunnel off the back of some initiator utility. Something like that to try to regain the space that they've been forced to give up.
I mean, you have to be proactive with the CG comp as well. You don't have that the passive map control of a Sentinel. You've got to try and make plays for that, just to get the mid-round information, spot out where Crew could be.
And the slower that Crew play, the more they might be able to bait EG into making defensive, aggressive plays. And then they can maybe aim to punish them. It's a full B retake setup from EG here.
In fact, they've got, look at the amount of players down halls watching.
Yeah.
I mean, are they reading off the back of this timeout that Crew are going to try and punish maybe the fact that they don't have a Sentinel? The player lurking up towards halls. Now we know, I mean, Crew want nothing to do with this.
I mean, they've read the defensive setup perfectly. Either that, or it's just a gamble that's worked out exactly as they would like. And yeah, they have no clue that EG are playing full retake, because otherwise you would have tried to save that ultimate for Heat. But they're going to get the full B site, be able to get themselves into a post-plan situation. Yeah. And this is where we get to see EG's confidence. They were super confident to play B for retake. That's probably because they've got Nature's ult to scout positions, and they have a Cosmic Divide. Mel's is going to find it tough to stay alive inside that pit.
But here it is, ults offloaded, Nature. Vengeful Drift going to be picking them out, the Cosmic Divide as well, to try and get them
He did not see him,
and into
did
the
he?
side here. But EG, what do they follow through? Well, they do
They
deal
found
with
Shy.
off onto the flank now.
Oh my god,
Kesnet's
Kesnet.
position noted, occupied. Giacomo coming alive right when the team needed it, but just looking around and away. Klaus, can he collect and find his moment and his time to strike? Not quite.
Yeah, Crew kinda like slow down.
EG, that confidence paying off in their retake abilities.
They slow down.
What a round from Jorg. This is the first time I think I've been able to say it this match. But he's finally got that moment under him where he's able to take control of a round.
What a nice
We're gonna see
shot.
something really interesting with the Cosmic Divide Yoru ultimate. Wasn't too much going on there. Nature just used it to get a little bit of information, path into B main, come out of it, set up that pinch for the retake that we saw Crew going for as well. But they are bringing this close. 4 rounds in a row now put us within 2 in the score. And this one, an eco for Crew again.
Jorgemon's got the op here onto this angle, but he is going to be flashed off of it early. I'm curious. They react in time, playing anti-flash. Over the peak, no, the flash disconnects, and so it forces
And
him
it's
to
a
use that
dash
dash
out.
earlier than he wanted. Deep
That
down,
recall.
though. H.
Spotted. It's gonna dash.
Once he sees the bodies
TP
here,
out.
because it earns up his knives just from the orb. Oh, we're going for a repeat. Oh, missing
And he
it.
misses.
Justman there with a shot.
In the meantime,
That elbow
getting a
push is
push-down elbow
interesting.
From Nature. He's going to meet the cam from Shy, so it's difficult for him to go much further.
He saw the drone.
Sound cues, maybe. Surely some punishment. No, Jorgemon. Oh, no way! It's been covered, Superman. I mean, the danger there was Kesnet just ready to strike, and now
He's gonna
being
find
collapsed
the
upon.
backstab.
Incredible defense from Superman there. The anti
He's expecting a
missiles
player
taking down
mean.
a potential threat.
One enemy remaining.
All let down
Shy?
to
Under you? Okay.
Big stuff. Jog's success only allowed.
You took
by
your second
virtue
time
of
out
that
if you're cool.
kill from Superman over the top of a Viper wall, I think, as well.
Josh, I'll never underestimate, I think, our ability to curse a team. We were talking about Crew going on a run, and since then, 5 straight rounds for EG.
I take no responsibility.
You don't?
Spike down mid.
You've been the culprit.
Listen, I believe them, they lose. I don't believe in them, they win. What?
Yeah, you can't win.
Well, my
You
hands
can't
are
win.
tied.
You cannot win. This is quite aggressive now. Really trying to force this pace. Nature, what the hell are you doing there?
Where's Jorg?
I mean, he's right behind them. Updraft dash into the back of the window. This is a half-baked idea at best, man.
Oh my god.
Rifle out. Will he survive? Not for long. It's the double face. I don't know.
I swear he got stunned by his own Astra there as well, did
not know. The drone's
They're not
back
gonna
at all.
expect the
Derek being
Viper
tagged up as
push.
well. They pushed up all the way through.
Superman.
The repeat gets Derek eventually brought down.
That
Heat
hit.
shutting it down. 11 to 9.
Damn, what a messy
Ask
round.
me, what the hell happened?
And if you find them in chaos, like, who are still there?
A set strat, I think, although EG have been known to pull those kind of ones on the fly last year. But that to me looked like something that they cooked up before.
That's crazy.
The problem is, that idea is to, I think, catch the lurker.
Yeah.
Assuming that they would be running some kind of default that was leaning over towards the A side.
Good
or
shots
mid.
by it.
Right.
You've got Jorgemo going into window, I think synced up, in theory, with the Astra stun that would be for a player hiding
And
there.
an EG
And
timeout.
that's synced up with somebody pushing out through B. The problem is Crew chose that one round to all be stacked
go
up.
B.
And just go B.
Yeah.
Crew have not really been going for fast
And
exits.
they are
You remember what we were
speeding.
talking about earlier? EG have been set up, ready to defend against fast plays. They tried some like fast A main takes, but they haven't really been doing a fast B exec. And the one time they go for it, yeah, that scuppered EG's plans and a bit of their momentum. Crew have now got a slim margin of economy to work with. It's still going to be an eco swing round coming in for them, but they're 2 away from taking the series.
So just unfortunate timing, I suppose, for EG to pull out a play like that. And it is those narrow margins, isn't it? I mean, Crew 2 more rounds away, essentially, from taking this series. 2 rounds being the difference between these 2 teams means that EG, they're on that cusp, really, trying to equalize it.
This looks like fast B again, Brad.
They're going to go for the exact same play. Surely not. So Clones on a drone. In for the cage. Nature's trying to dominate the angle, but it's too much to watch for. So Heat decides to take the fight straight to them anyway. A pit, lay it down. It's a bit of a reaction. This is to try and stunt that push in case it was explosive off the back of it.
And honestly, this is fine for Crew. They've got themselves into a 5v4, early pick on the Yoru, and they're playing against a team that doesn't have any Sentinel utility. There are just so many gaps around the map here. Derek needs to trust Superman at some point and just, you know, go and hold something else.
Walls up, blocks off that sideline, so now he doesn't realize at least that there's Crew players walking all the way through. Dart, let's get the one tag eventually broken. Sees him. Hunter's Fury, it's going to be used as well. Derek dodging, ducking, weaving, seeking to evade the damage. But one tag onto him, he's down to 70 health, and now he's going to land some kills. And look at the noise cues. He doesn't know which way to look. Overwhelmed in his position.
And they're gonna
Great
save.
take from Crew. Perfect pause in the round after going up 5v4. They take mid, which is an area that EG have found to be quite weak. And now they're going to want to hunt. And look at them, already trying to take these aggressive positions. Jord's economy not good, only 350 credits, and he's the player with the operator.
Yeah.
If you take that head, it's going to make a big difference to your chances of winning the map. Heat is also 2 away from getting up to a major attacking ultimate. Although, to be honest, when you're not playing against the Cypher,
it's not too essential, is it?
It doesn't make as big of a difference. It's not a pure win con getting the null command online. You know, teams are fairly good at setting up anti-KO setups anyway. It doesn't look like either of the EG players are going to drop here. They've got themselves into fairly safe spots, but Crew now 1 round away from putting this to bed.
A little burst as well of quickness. Just unanticipated, really, from Nature. Know which angle to watch, you can feel it settling onto the faces of the few EG players that this is it now, the turning point. Crew, 1 more round will do it.
They're set up to try to control any B aggression again, whilst actually still looking towards mid. So it's not as heavy a commitment, but it's the same kind of setup.
Nature, just missing it. Not sure if they spotted him either, but
I think they must have done, surely.
Yeah. Well, now deciding to just go straight into the B exact. Does need some supportive util, needs some help. ASAP, Nature forwards. He tried to flash himself into it. Gets blinded up, another flash as well to try and play forwards. It's such a wide face and tucked to the side. Crew, they've got the bodies now. They got the advantage, and the site is entirely theirs. Plant down into the post. Jorg moving up. He needs to hit some absolutely ridiculous shots. The rest of EG2, where that came from here. Walls up. Opportunity and chance here for Crew to reposition, which they're going to do now. Missing that one, the Tart tagging them up. This is it. Dropping like flies. EG made a damn good show of things, a damn good chance of things. Derek, a final hurrah. It's the Hunter's Fury that has to be counted because he knows that they are approaching him rapidly.
Let's go.
Crew winning map 2.
I mean, I said 13-5, 13-6, it's 13-9, so they've shown a bit of resistance. It's sad that it's like the second half of the second map, like they need to wake up earlier.
This is a squad that isn't just going to make the game's close.
They need to show up earlier in their series.
That's the question, isn't it? Can Crew go on a run right now? It looks more and more likely. Who's going to put a stop to them? The biggest challenges and tests are upcoming, really, into this Super Week. I believe, like we've been mentioning, it's Loud who's going to be coming up next for them. But Loud are also going to be feeling the pressure. I mean, that's a team that's starting down 2 matches so far in the first split.
Absolutely. I don't think Loud are looking great in that matchup, to be honest with you. I think the Crew have got some hitters on their roster, and they've got some nice ideas. The momentum is there, and the belief as well. The belief and the confidence. 2 things that they could never really get on their side last year because everything was going there against them at the final moments. We saw so many close maps. They couldn't get a single match win over the line until LCQ. Even kickoff wasn't that great for them, but now Crew are really here to play.
In its purest form, I mean, Valorant really does boil down to just, you get shot, you die, and the entirety of Crew, man, they got some hitters. They really do. They can shoot back against some of the best, I think. They don't lack confidence whatsoever. They've been calling the right pauses. With Klaus's calling, his macro calling, I think we've been dead impressed with. Been singing the praise of it. There's nothing fancy, but it doesn't need to be, honestly. The simplest game plans are often the best ones when it comes to the execution of them.
And so far, we haven't actually seen Crew go up against a team that can stop the simple stuff. You know, at some point, we are probably going to see Crew facing up against a top team, whether it be Loud, whether it be Leviathan, whether it be somebody in the playoffs, maybe.
Yeah.
We are going to see a match where Crew are matched pound for pound in the individuals, and then we'll see the next layer of are the game plans good enough? Are they creative enough? Do they have what it takes in their core?
Or are they a gatekeeper team?
Yeah, but at the moment it's so tough to tell because they're just smoking people in matches like this.
They're looking good. They're looking large and in charge and well on their way. I mean, that momentum means a lot for them, I think, as well. Starting up now, what is it? 3 series. Oh,
3-0.
Split. 3-0.
3-0.
Big deal, man. It's actually a massive deal in terms of the long term.
They're going to go 9-0.
They're going to go 9-0.
No,
there's not that many matches in Split 1.
I'm not going to put my reputation on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what
crazy.
shreds of it are left.
Okay,
anyway.
let's send it over to Eliza. She's down on the
That's
stage.
a
for the
nice
Rise of
blue
Post-match
t-shirt.
interview.
And I'm here with the star Melser from Crew Visa. You guys aren't nearly as loud as you were 2 seconds ago. And also here with Dryad, who'll be translating for me. Congratulations on a great map. The first thing I have to ask you is about Klaus calling. Does that enable you to frag out more?
La primera pregunta que tienes acerca de Klaus siendo el IGL, ¿eso te permite conseguir más eliminaciones?
Sí, obvio. Siempre Klaus fue un IGL nato. Él viene de Crew desde antes IGLeando. Y yo era un player que no era IGL, me tuve que adaptar al equipo, entonces se naturalizó más el juego cambiando los roles.
He says, yes, obviously Klaus is an IGL natural since the beginning, and when they changed roles, when Melser was the IGL, it was something that came a little bit less natural, so coming Klaus, it definitely allows them to frag more.
Do you feel more comfortable now that you're not calling?
¿Te sientes más cómodo ahora que no estás haciendo el IGL?
Sí, obviamente. Es lo que yo estaba haciendo antes, desde mi equipo anterior. Entonces, siento que puedo desarrollarme más en mi juego al no estar preocupado de otro trabajo.
He says, yes, obviously he can develop his own gameplay a lot more now that he's not taking care of everything else.
Now, the big talk about Crew is how much you have improved, and you're in the conversation to make Shanghai. Do you think Crew Visa, in the form they are currently, can qualify to Shanghai?
Yeah, it would be a nice story, like,
Actually,
from the worst team to going to Shanghai,
Creo que
showing some
pasamos de
good
ser un
stuff
equipo
and some actually improvement.
perdedor a ser uno ganador. Creo que estamos trabajando mucho más duro y que también cambiamos roles para que fuéramos más eficientes, como el cambio de IGL y la incorporación de Hit.
He's saying yes, they went from a losing team to a winning team, and they changed a lot of things like the IGLing role to make it happen, and also change roles inside of the game to get those wins. They're working a lot harder, and also the incorporation of Heat is helping a lot.
Well, gracias and congratulations. Everyone give it up for Melser one more time. An incredible performance. But do not go away because we have a sick game of NRG versus the Vietons. So stay
Yep,
right there.
that's a banger. I hope we are not gonna see a storm. I hope we're gonna see a disputed series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back for the second game. The second series. See you in 2 minutes.
into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Bueno, en partido contra Energy, espero un partidazo, en verdad. Nosotros somos actualmente, yo creo, los dos equipos con más expectativas, ya sacando el sentido porque todos ya fueron campeones y todo el tema. Pero nosotros y Energy, solamente como el roster en papel, somos considerados super equipos.
But Khalil is close now with the stinger, and beautiful little trade there by Demon One.
Leviathan, they looked way better in their second match than they did in their first.
Dejan el 4-1-3, le tienen que reiniciar el sistema, ese robot, a ver si lo hacen y lo consiguen, pero se ha caído en el suelo, junto a Sensi Sicom, que consiguen 3 eliminaciones.
Obviously, Aspaz is in form right now. We're gonna have to shut him down.
A 3 elementos de Sentinel, se lleva el número 27, 28 en camino.
Y nada, después de que estamos entrenando demasiado fuerte, sabemos el nivel que tenemos, les acabamos de ganar a los campeones.
We are in the thick of things here, midway through our VCT America's Super Week. That's right, it's day 2, and our next matchup is an absolute barn burner. In the words of King, 2 of the most promising teams in Americas, it'll be NRG taking on Leviathan. I'm over here on the desk alongside Ender, Mimi, and Athena. And I think that bumper's a great way to build some hype for this game. Both teams, a lot of respect for each other. They feel like they're both super teams.
I think the expectation for this game is kind of starting to set that pecking order for our top teams. I think most people are considering like Sentinels, Lev, Loud, and NRG as like those top 4 squads. And I think there's a lot of mobility within that. It's a chance for both these teams to prove why people are calling them super
Everyone's revising history. They were so down on Lev 2 weeks ago.
We put them top 3.
I put them.
It was an ugly opener for them, though, against Cloud.
Me and Bala were almost having a fist fight up here.
But that's Bala. You're taking out your rage on Bala on the world.
Yeah, he's not here to defend himself.
He's not the world.
He is the world.
I mean, as far as the world is concerned, NRG are looking to dominate it, just like they did to Furia last week. They gave up the first 2 rounds of map 1, and then they pounded out 13 straight. I think Furia in general, over the course of that entire series, wins only 3 gun rounds, and this makes NRG the only team across all of our leagues internationally not to have dropped a map yet in stage 1.
And this is what I love about NRG, because NRG are perfect at all the fundamentals. They are a team that is not going to give over the silly rounds to a poor performing team. No, they're going to come in, take care of business, and do it so perfectly. And that is what I just love about a top team that won't allow themselves to get silly sometimes.
Yeah, I fully agree. I feel like they push themselves to push the limits of being aggressive and taking those risks, but they also do it in a way that's like super cool, calm, collected, and they have like a plan behind each and every single one. Even if they mess it up, like everyone is behind them ready to fix everything that happened.
Their game plans on paper are so simple. They're playing really standard comps, and a lot of times playing stuff that was a lot more common last year. What makes NRG different than a team like Sentinels that is kind of innovating the meta, coming up with new stuff, they play simple things, but they execute on it perfectly, and they adapt incredibly quickly. I think the best way to kind of give an example of that is Demon One and Ethan, and the way the 2 of them play together. The flashes are always perfect. The way that Ethan is setting Demon One up, it's just lights out.
And while it is strong and simple, I do have to shout out the fact that they are starting to, play some of the Rays as well for Demon One. So putting some of that flexibility into a roster that back in kickoff was completely hard locked on the Jet.
The big question, though, is they've beaten the two of the Brazilian teams, both of whom have not had a great start to this season. Now we're getting into the games where we really get to test the mettle for NRG.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on this particular matchup. I'm very curious to hear from someone who has always got a lot to say about the upcoming games. Let's hear from Demon One and send it over to Elizabeth.
Demon One, if I have a quick word with you. Huge game today, hotly contested matchup between you and Aspas. You know, Zekin called you 2 some of the best players in the world. How is that going to go?
I feel good.
Not even gonna buy the bundle?
Yeah, that was sarcasm, by the way. But if Victor is sort of handing this race
Wait, you don't think he feels good?
No, I mean, what I said beforehand about having many words to say. I mean, you have to know what you get with this guy. At the very least, he's consistent off the server as well as in. But if Victor is sort of sitting over the race, 2Ds, right, we might see him start to really settle into this Sentinel play, right? Because even the weak side for NRG looks like a strong one with Victor at the helm.
I think there are kind of two terms of it. You can't have a top team without a strong Jet player, but you can't be a top-level player only playing Jet. He's gotten more flexible, and that means Victor gets consistency. He was always known as the hyper-flexible guy, but I feel like his best role has always been Sentinel. When he's playing the Lurk, when he's the stoic for his team, winning out the late rounds, clutching up, and adding a voice to the team.
Yeah, and look, he's still allowed to fry on the Rays when the time comes. They're playing those double duelist maps, but exactly what you said. I think this is a guy that when the round is simple, you know, and he doesn't have to, when he can play his own game, like there's no one better.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest thing too is that each and every single one of these players has such a big voice, but they're all choosing to use it at the best moments.
Yes.
You can tell that there is no overcrowding of the communication, and Ethan just kind of set everyone up for success. And Victor is one of those people that is really, really good at using their voice, especially as that Sentinel, especially as a Lurk.
I think he balances when he goes for Lurks and when he actually commits to the rounds on the attack side really well. Because you have a team when you're sharing that position with Marv, who's also a guy who you want to set up for those plays, those kind of lurking style on occasion. I think he balances that really well because he, for so much of his career, was a primary dive player back on Optic. He was a guy making space for Ye, but I think he shifted into this Sentinel role, which he always played a little bit of, very well.
Yeah, let's move the conversation along now as well down the line for NRG because we have a fantastic matchup of IGLs today. We've got Ethan on the NRG side facing off against King. Both players not only with great calling, their mid-roundings looked exceptional from both squads, but also these individual performances from Ethan here specifically have been stunning.
Yeah, I feel like Ethan and King are two really good people to watch if you do want to learn about learning rotations, learning how to abuse rotations and pushing players off their spots. Because for me, King, the reason I put him on my super team was because when he was playing against all these other teams, he managed to not only pull up a game plan, he managed to work in each and every single strength of their players and put that to the test. Like, yes, they have Ospas going crazy, but he also managed to call around that. It's not that common you have an IGL that can fully support everything behind a player like that.
And I think both of these IGLs do such a great job of masking information. You'll see a Lev game, especially on their Icebox, and on defense, you won't know who's playing where, but they're constantly shifting around who's actually taking the forward lines, whether or not, you know, Ospas is going to be fighting into A main aggressively or not, hiding behind a harbor wall or whatnot. They do such a good job of keeping that total confusion that you're playing against.
And in particular, switching up where their duelist player is sitting and moving around that operator. They have a lot of similarities in Ospas and Demon 1 and how you have to call around a player like that, and I think they both do it excellently.
And I think for NRG, I see a lot of that sort of variation off of a default on their attacking side, right? Because they're usually playing a lot more of these control-heavier comps, you know, Solo Sky and stuff like this. The way they work for mid-space and then veer off of that without giving you a clue as to which way they're going too early, I think that's what NRG's real strength is on the call.
It's going to be another big matchup here for Leviathan. They've already had to take on some heavyweight squads, and much of that rests on King's shoulders. So let's head back to Elizabeth and hear from the IGL himself.
King, can I have a word with you really quickly?
Yeah.
So obviously, a convincing win against Sentinels and...
Hey, bro, hey.
Get out.
I'm sorry.
Weirdo.
Hi, King, right? King? Oh, no, you're okay. So obviously a convincing win against Sentinels last week. How is that confidence going into facing NRG today?
I mean, it's the only thing we needed to improve as a team, and we have it against one of the best teams, arguably. So now, yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, pretty convincing until he was like, hey, bro, hey. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Nah, someone's got to stop that man. He's trying to sneak his way back into play somehow.
Bro, he's been conditioning us by wearing shades
Every
on
day.
all of his casts, right?
True.
So now you don't even know if it's King up there on the Discord baby by himself. But let's keep talking about
One day he's just going to be playing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he gets in there and starts schmeeg and rolling back the years. I'd love to see that. But on the topic of Leviathan further, going by their track record, there's a couple outcomes today. Dell probably go into overtime, and there's a good chance that this man, Aspas, will farm. That's right, folks, we're finally getting on to this topic. Aspas broke the single map kill record on Lotus, 47 kills. Now, it was a hugely long map, still incredible. And in 29% of maps, which is 4 out of 14, he has dropped 30 plus kills. Who is going to stop this man?
It's tough to say because he's
Someone with a calculator.
he's so ridiculous. Sentinels could not shut this man down. When he's playing on the Raze, he's sick. When he's playing on the Jet, he's sick. He can play all these roles at an incredibly high level. He integrates into his team's ideas, and I mean, he's just a superstar, which is why today the matchup against Demon 1, even if you're discounting all the fun stuff about the IGLs or the placement of the teams, just in terms of watching two incredible players face off, that matchup's going to be ridiculous.
This is just the best Valorant of the week.
Yeah. And I mean, if there was to be someone to match him, it would be Demon 1.
It really looked like at the end of that Sentinels game that King was bowing to Aspas. I could see all of their faces like, guys, if we lose this, Aspas is not going to talk to us for a week. Like, he might be out of here. Like, we don't even know. We've got to kick this guy here.
Imagine that timeline where he drops almost 50, and like it was so possible. It was in deep OT.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I do want to say, though, that, like, well, obviously, like, Aspas did have a ridiculous game. It's not like it was a 1v9 show, especially in the first half. Like, the first half of Lotus, when they played against Sentinels, when they went 9-3 up, Aspas had 14 kills in 12 rounds. Like, that's good, but that's not, like, ridiculous numbers performances. And I think what Lev were doing a really good job of was in those opening brawls, trading off each other very nicely, good utility. It was those fights that they were winning out, and that
the
was
rubble
not...
fights, the mount fights,
that
right?
was not due to just an insane Raze player. That was often the supporting staff getting the majority of kills.
Yeah, a lot of the time people think playing Duelist is just like hold W and win your kills, but actually no, there's so many layers when it comes to it. When it comes to playing that role, you need to be able to have a support system. You need to be able to have a sort of idea of what's going on, and you need to be able to catch those consistencies that the other team is doing and take and abuse those weaknesses. And I feel like Aspas is such a smart player, not only insane mechanically, but his brain, he is a giga brain, low key when it comes to that Duelist role. A lot of people cannot even step up and do what Duelists do.
A lot of people in the community, I think, got the kind of notion after this game that Leviathan was a team that was carried by Aspas. I understand why. He got almost 50 kills in one map, but as you're saying, Chrissy, that's not the case. I don't think their identity is just that Aspas is an insane individual. I think similar to when Loud was at his best, at their best, when they won the championship with Aspas in peak form, it was in large part because of how good he was. But what makes it possible is how the team builds around him, how King is calling for this star player, and how I think how many different looks they can show, right? Being able to change up different ideas throughout a game and really build around him in a great way.
Yeah, you saw it even in the clips there where like Tex was playing back yellow on Icebox behind a harbor wall. A lot of times when Leviathan are on Icebox and playing heavy in B main with a harbor wall, that's usually an Aspas on that angle too, but instead they're playing off some Killjoy utility as well.
Yeah, for me though, I feel like I'm not fully convinced that if you removed Aspas's fragging power from the equation, that Lev would be as strong.
For sure.
Saying that. Okay. But seriously, I feel like I have no clue what is like behind the
What do they look
curtains
like if
for
he goes
Lev.
off the boil?
Exactly,
Is that your question?
yeah. Like I have no clue what it looks like. For me, I don't necessarily feel like they have the best fundamentals. I don't feel like they have the best
look at their
protocols.
first series against C9. It was a disaster.
It
in
was
that third
so
map.
sloppy that looking and watching back, it does not make me convinced that Lev as a team is complete. Unless Aspas is
and they're up against a team that has the best fundamentals probably in the league.
I need some Preds here. Let's jump into those right now. Start with you, Christy.
Oh, I don't want to do it. Honestly, I put Lev as my number 2 name before the year. I'm gonna go Lev 2-1, but that's crazy.
It's 2-1 NRG.
2-1 NRG.
Okay, 2-1 NRG. There's always
gonna
a
be
question,
good
of course.
Valorant.
It's good. Yeah, again, like you said, some of the best Valorant of this week. That's what you guys are ready for. So strap yourselves in and hold on to your saddles. Our teams are ready for walkouts. So let's send it down to the stage for NRG versus Leviathan.
Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise for NA's very own NRG!
Y para enfrentarlos desde las profundidades, ¡Leviatán!
Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go.
In even a huge game like this, a lot of questions still remain about the quality of both these teams. Two self-proclaimed super teams here of the Americas region. NRG are pretty low energy in general. You talk to Chet, talk to any of their players, they're calm, collected, not subject to the sort of whims of momentum. Leviathan also have been able to conquer some pretty difficult obstacles here without overheating. This really is a great tone setter, I think, for the rest of Super Weekend, even for the rest of this stage, these heavyweights throwing down.
I think both these teams have two very different questions. For Leviathan, it's about that performance against Sentinels. If that can be consistent, if Ospas isn't putting up those numbers, can they still beat the best? Because that first series was not great from this team, losing out to C9 in super sloppy fashion. They have a lot to prove there. But for the side of NRG, these guys as well, they haven't played a team the level of Lev yet in stage one.
Yeah, I mean, they played against a Loud that was coming hot off Madrid, right, without a lot of time, and then, of course, Furia, too. So I agree with you on that front. This is the big competition, the big challenge for them here today.
Yeah, I feel like both these teams have a lot to go for sure. But I am just really, really interested to see how both these teams manage to shut down the other's duelist. I feel like that is going to be the name of the game. I literally feel like this is going to be so explosive because both these duelists are going to be trying to go for things that they probably shouldn't, or maybe they're going to be getting shut down, hopefully.
Hearing from Sadhak now, again, that game, maybe don't read too much into it against NRG. He said he relished the opportunity to shut down star players on opposing teams. He played with Aspas, he knew what the mentality of a star duelist was like. He loved trying to target them and bring them down a notch. That did not work against NRG. They ran roughshod over Loud, who were a little bit wobbly coming off that travel. We're going to have Sunset here to start us off in the series.
Look, this map pool is pretty sweet because I feel like Sunset and Binds challenge very different things, right? Sunset, a really tiny map, really scrappy. Bind, a little bit more of a macro sense. And if we make it to a third map, it is Duelist 1v1.
They played Phoenix on Sunset, Leviathan, no?
Yes. That feels like a fever dream, but that was real. That did happen.
But it's also fake. Don't do it again. Yeah, a little bit of an ugly game that was in general, but that's definitely something that they peddled out at the start of this stage. Whether or not they're sticking to that is another story entirely. And look, we've seen a bit of this Sunset play from NRG. Like, they've been able to group up Marved over on towards that A side here. They have a lot of that flash util and can really leave Victor in control of that weak site, right? This is a map where NRG style gets to shine a lot, leaving that in safe hands.
Into the agents left now here, and it looks like NRG going to be kind of continuing through with this comp that has become so prevalent here on Sunset. The KO Gecko, I think right now is straight up the strongest comp you can play. They dumpstered on Loud with this one last time.
And really, it's just another look at Demon 1 Raze, right? Which I think we're just always looking for more tape on that to see how it is.
Absolutely, and you have so many tools to set up your Raze player with this comp. Those Gecko KO combinations with both the flashes coming at you at once. It could be a field day for Demon 1.
Yeah, for me, with that breach pick from Lev, I'm looking for more trap plays and hopefully enough to kind of shut down Demon 1 from getting those entries.
Here it is, Leviathan, a much less silly-looking composition this time around on Sunset. We're ready to get into game, so it's time to hand it over to your casters. You're in good hands, folks, because we've got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Uber Dre. I think one of the benefits of a match like this is that you don't really have to add anything additional for people to get excited, right? Yeah. You've got Demon 1 up against Aspas. You've got Leviathan against NRG. the script writes itself, and this should be a banger.
Yeah, especially with Leviathan winning against Sentinels, the Madrid champions, which is actually insane. And the way that they did it with Aspas going absolutely nuclear against them. Can he replicate that against the squad of NRG, who, if you've watched their comm videos from even last week, yeah, they played a Furia, but it was so clean when I was listening to this. And man, NRG just seems to get better and better and more dialed in on their strats, on their win conditions as time has gone on. And this is going to be a big test for both teams going into this pistol round.
Yeah, I think much like, oh, actually, hang on, Leviathan has already sent 4 down mid. Ethan, the first to receive the aggression, and he dishes it right back. 2 early kills found, and now the map is wide open.
Instantly going back to A here, just grouping up, but they still have a lurk of Victor to hold the flank. He's not going to get any action, but you already see the different type of layers and setups they have.
Yeah, I think they're already ahead of the one-way that you just saw King put out. They have so much space they've taken. This is such a luxury, such a benefit to be able to play from this position. Ethan gives some of that space back.
Even just the utility combo there, pop flash with the nade, catching anybody off guard if they're there. Ooh. Oh, he gets punished though.
From that same one-way that he had already cleared. Now Crash, he's blinded, he's nearsighted, he can't see a damn thing. Mazino's there in the trade, and it's all gonna fall down to Calm. Calm on a Cypher roll against a very weak Demon 1. Calm wins out the 1v1, and the pistol goes the way of Lev.
That's insane. It was a 3v5, but the Omen flash from King actually got 2 players there, one on default and one back sight. And that was the big pivotal point in that round. That brought it back for Lev.
See if we can take a look at that again, because yeah, you're right. It felt like that was a round that should have gone the way of NRG.
Yeah, that flash from King that hit the person on Jenny and sight. It was actually the demise right there. And Calm winning the 1v1 against his former teammate. 2 champions in the server. The head-to-head. And something to point out here is Calm is playing the Cypher on this map. And normally that's Tex's role on this team, but Tex, you know, the second map is Bind, and Tex is known for playing Gecko on it, so I think they just wanted to keep things a little bit similar in that aspect.
And Calm is already delivering. We see him win that 1v1. He's been the recipient of criticism for the majority of the split, to be honest. I think it wasn't up until last weekend that he was able to silence some of the doubters and the pundits who have had thoughts about this squad and whether or not it's coming together and kind of what the ceiling is for them. So really encouraging if you're a fan of Leviathan for Calm to be clicking the way he was. And again, that was in the face of a 3v5 at the very beginning of the round.
Yeah.
They had full numbers, they had space, they had everything.
Yeah, I already know Chet's backstage over there just beating himself up over what just happened watching that, because there's no world in which NRG should lose that. They had the complete advantage in that scenario, but the utility was just not quite there.
It's interesting to see Leviathan in their approach this round. In the previous round, it was just a heavy push down mid, which went in the way of NRG, but this time, much more cautious.
Yeah, these eco rounds have been so crazy in VCT this year. I feel like we've seen so many crazy things, especially out of C9 and all these other teams, but anybody can really do it, especially when you're up against Demon 1 and the rest of NRG.
I wondered if King was going to swing there. The paranoia and then the fault line was just such a brutal trap. Now you start to see some of those kills come through. King's already got 2 on the round. The third will crumble.
Spike planted.
The spike was planted. Consolation prize. That's really all it is.
Yeah, not a bad round for NRG. Yeah, they didn't get a lot of guns out, but they actually farmed the B orb and then ran all the way back to A and got a bomb plant down. So that will definitely help out the economy of NRG in the long run. And I guess they got some armor off of the Leviathan players, so that's good as well.
Third, you see King 1 point away from having his ult online, but interesting that they chose to funnel that diffuse orb into the hands of Tex.
Yeah, I mean, Gecko ult on this map is so insane. I feel like a broken record when I talk about it, because these Geckos get ults so fast, sometimes 3, 4 a half, and it is definitely the character that you want it on. It's so easy to farm the orb on the Gecko on both sides.
Oh, it's aggressive from Aspas. Has already taken the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think he got found out though. And Marved so wary about that.
Even then though, I mean, you're gonna have to invest a fair amount of utility to take the space back.
Oh, and I like this from NRG. They heard the Deagle break the Cypher Cam of Victor, and they're opting to hit that side of the map, understanding that that is the weak gun. So really reading into that.
With no real idea of what's happening around it either.
Yeah, and Crashies is also already one off of his Gecko ult. That's insane. They lost the last 2 rounds.
So if the orb is up, which I believe it should be, yeah, there it is. Crashies will get his ult online. They're gonna presumably ult out onto B. The thing is, Leviathan are already ahead of it. They have 4 here. They're gonna commit to it anyway. That's gonna hurt. The ult no longer a factor, and they've been hit by the fault line. But they're choosing to brute force their way into this. Persistent in their approach, and it's a grinder. Leviathan just roll over NRG. It's just Marv who's alive now. A 1v5 against poor weaponry. It's not delivering this time. What a start for the defense.
Ooh, that's a big, big round to win. Winning bonus just fuels your confidence as a team. And the way they won it too, right? So convinced that that was going to be a B hit. And Mazzino's utility was insane right there. We saw the breach shock to get the Gecko off of the ult. Otherwise, Crashies just dies there for free. And then that stun ends up getting 3-4 players, just delaying the actual hit and disrupting the timing of the entry for NRG. That was insane. And that causes a timeout right away. This is very, very early.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even started round 4.
And it was fast. Like these last 3 rounds are relatively fast in general.
So an outrageous start for Leviathan. I think if the intent is to just make it feel like Energy are trying to push through quicksand to get out on these sites, that round that we just saw is a really good example of how that's supposed to work. So everything really going their way. It's early, but this is a really good start.
Yeah, Mazzino already on this breach was, I mean, that was so impressive. His set of utility that he just did right there. And to have the supporting flashes as well, once the actual flood comes through, I mean, that just opened up everything for Aspas and King to run through that market smoke and get free kills.
A reminder, this is an NRG squad that has not dropped a map this entire stage. They've been cruising, and yeah, you can have the conversation around who their competition has been, but the truth is they've been the most dominant in their wins, and they arguably have the most upside, the most potential. So this is a really impressive start.
They better try something else.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Leviathan, I mean, we've seen Aspas go crazy, but they still somehow lose some of the matches that they play. So this is a big test for them to figure out if they actually understand how to close out maps when they get in the advantage.
4 stingers invested for the attack side.
They just hit.
Both flashes out. Demon once lit up, and Aspas just has his way with them. All those stingers are still up though, and if the plan is to go fast and aggressive, they're doing so. The spike has been planted. They've created some space, even upgraded 2 weapons. And it might be getting worse. Mazzino falls. King follows suit. Tex kept at bay by a trip, now has to reposition, and if he goes to market, he's going to find another.
That's one way to win a round, that's for sure. Yeah, he's got to just save right now.
Yeah, first it was the trip, then it would have been Crashies and Vic.
And Demon 1 actually got obliterated on the entry again. A Cypher chip hit him, but it doesn't matter because NRG's timing on that hit was so fast. You saw Mazzino wasn't ready this time with his utility, so the breach really ended up getting not that much value, especially how much value he got the round before. This was like night and day. So already a small adaptation made from NRG to just do an explosive hit into that round, not get stuck behind any utility, not get stuck in the choke, and just trade.
I think the chess game will be really interesting to watch too, because I think given what we know about NRG, they like to feel out the map and then respond.
Yeah.
So if you know that you've got this crazy delay on the other side with Cypher trips, with fault lines, with paranoias, with Gecko util as well, you either go really fast to get ahead of it, or you feel it out, draw it out, and then hit the other area of the map. So it'll be interesting to see what their approach is here.
Good answer after losing
against
the
that
bonus.
Like you stated, you have
For
to
energy.
try to get that quick timing, explosive timing, because if he's there and ready for you, that utility is going to absolutely destroy you.
Does Tex flash out of this? Oh, it's going to be too late now. They're all in the smoke!
Wow.
Tex gets 2.
Spike down mid.
What a round!
I mean, they
Nice
hard right into
bonus.
that. They had 2 players in market and 2 players top mid into the smoke to converge on mid if they heard anything. But they didn't need to. All they needed to do was just wait their turn. Wait to hear any sound happening at all, and that would have been the cue. The Q this time around was just the contact made in the smoke. Nice little pinch from Market. And the pings came out too, look at that.
They knew. What a start, man.
Enemy remaining. Spike.
What a round!
Oh my God. I've seen that smile before.
No, dude, Galaxy braining his way through these first 5 rounds. Guns on the side of NRG once more. An ult for Demon 1, Ethan 1 away from his. Meanwhile, Aspas and Tex, and Mazzino actually, are in a very similar position.
Yeah, and they're doing this on purpose. They want to funnel NRG into this A site because they are committing onto this retake with Cypher trips to try to get spam kills. And NRG should have a good idea of this because Cyphers usually aren't the ones that push into B main with the main pack. So I do expect a lot of cautious play here.
Leviathan are already here, man. Oh, even if they give up some of the space, they have all of this retake utility. The question is, do they flood or do they wait?
Spike planted.
Oh, the breach shot's gone. That has to buy some time. Can they stabilize? Can they hold them back? Zeno still patiently waiting. You see that first paranoia come out from Marv. Nothing found yet. The knife managed to be dodged by Mazzino. So now they're able to go. The question is, how many will they hit? The paranoia is certainly going to help, but Vic still gets one. But King with 3 on the round response.
Holy shit, King.
Can King do it on his own? Crashy trying to dodge all the bullets. Ken King going for the ace. The clip will not be found. Oh no! Crashy gets another. Time is short. Aspas has to stick it. Crashy can play this super well. There's no way!
Holy shit, Crashy.
Oh, the classic betrays him.
And there's just nothing he can do about that. His
And
cross is
King
on the
trolling
head, but
for
that
the ace, like.
inaccuracy from the classic just doesn't go his way. Pure RNG. We love that. Can we take a step back though and talk about King? This guy just went crazy on that retake. That first bullet inaccuracy of the classic, that's insane. No way, King is sitting at 11-3 right now. IGLing, fragging out. And look at the ult economy now. You have Rocket, you have Gecko ult, Omen ult for the rotate if you need it.
How do you bounce back from something like that? It feels like an opportunity that's just lost. You don't really have time to think things over, though.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, reset and go into the next.
I mean, that's 2 rounds now from NRG that arguably could have gone the other way.
Should have gone the other way.
Pistol and now this, and crucial rounds. A slow mid approach.
Yeah, it seems like a lean towards B. You've got Cypher Util here. Comms waiting on the other side. Mazzino not far off. That one way is miserable.
And stun not used yet either.
Patience.
Yeah, Mazzino holding onto that. Now it comes out.
45 seconds left on the round. You see how much respect is being shown. Tex is still playing back in spawn. Really understanding what the pressure points are, where you can gamble a little bit more and take some space.
Oh, this is...
Oh yeah! Monster on the 30 seconds left.
Oh, he's going back in. Oh, he's going back in. He gets one. Does he know there's another? No, Ethan falls. Goes up top. Marv joins him.
Last player
oh my gosh!
Dude, King is...
Yo.
King is on one.
He's so fast right now.
Goodbye.
Poor Vic, he's just on the other side of the map. He was the win con had they actually gotten into A site. He would have wrapped all the way around. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't get to that. That was really good proactivity from the side of Leviathan. Doubling up there, King and Aspas, taking that A fight. And that was a Gecko ult invested from Crashies, but it got shot down so fast. That allowed Crashies to actually pop that rocket. Look at this guy.
The King has just been
man
possessed.
It's not over yet though, especially when it comes to Leviathan. I feel like they put themselves in such a great spot, but somehow in these maps they can definitely slip away.
Well, it's aggressive here, and King continues to farm. Lighter weaponry on the attack side, sure. But they continue to have their way with NRG.
Yeah, and this Gecko ult just to re-clear out everything. Marv tried to finesse it, gets caught off guard. And Leviathan are just a couple steps ahead at the moment.
One enemy remaining.
Understanding how Energy wants to rotate off of those kills.
This feels like more than a couple steps. This has just been an outrageous performance from Leviathan.
Oh.
He's gonna get knifed, isn't he?
Holy shit. 7-1 Brazil.
That boy Tex.
14-4 for King. I think the other thing I wanted to mention, and we just saw it pop up on our screens, that's a second timeout already used.
Yeah.
For NRG.
This is their map pick too. And the whole point of them picking this map, they probably understood that they're going to get the attack inside. They want to be able to set the pace, but so far, starting with that pistol round, I think it was just such a devastating loss that it's kind of hard to bounce back from moments like that. Especially because on the other side, confidence just pursues. Like, we just won a 5v3 or a 3v5 in their case, right? I mean, you should not be winning rounds like that. So when you do, it's just like, okay, I can do anything now.
Yeah.
And that's where you see the confidence of the re-aggro.
I think for Leviathan, there were a lot of questions, right? How good can this team really be?
Yeah.
This felt much like the conversation we had yesterday. This match felt like one that you're really going to find out a lot about those squads, right? We're going to find out Leviathan are real if they can win without Aspas dropping 45 or whatever every single time. If it's going to be
in the series.
Yeah, if it's going to be him and King, or, you know, how this is all going to come together. Will Calm continue to deliver much like we saw in the previous week? They've answered every single question that's been thrown their way.
So far.
Right there.
They've definitely done that. Energy, no slouches though. Second timeout. The last time they took a timeout, they won a round. Let's see if they can string together a couple here.
That goes there.
Get a comeback in this half.
Okay.
The constant setup changes from Leviathan are so cool to watch. Now you have the Breach and the Gecko towards the A side of the map just to set up King here. And on the other side, you have Aspas holding B with Calm.
They're going to try to test this setup again. And you know, it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, right? For the attack side, how do you approach this barrage of utility that can delay you so hard? Here, they've drawn out some of that util. They've made some noise, but then they've cut it, and it seems like they want to re-hit this. But much like we've seen in the last couple rounds, Leviathan are ahead of it. Tex is already here. And they're still getting the kills. Demon One falls. Crashes is going to join them. It seems like they can do no wrong right now. And through the slight delay, now the rest of reinforcements have arrived. Aspas has arrived at the scene. It's all on Marv and Vic now.
One enemy remaining.
And Marv is left standing by himself. A 1v2, 70 HP, no armor. Spike well out of reach. So much left to do. And the final boss of King on the other side with Mazino looking over his shoulder.
30 seconds left.
Such a difficult situation. Really playing mind games as best as he can, but they're not fooled.
Yeah,
8-1 for Lev.
King's not falling for that at all, and it just seems like Lev right now, they're just doing everything right. Even the trips that Calm put right there, avoiding the raise nade from Demon One. And they're really passive trips. These aren't kill trips for the actual entry. So just getting caught off guard is NRG. And that's because of how Lev have been playing this defensive side. They're changing a lot of their setups. Look, again, a new setup once more.
Right there.
This game plan that they had is ridiculous.
And they're gonna have Aspas show here in the B main to act like it was a similar setup as the last round, but Cypher's actually on the A side of this map.
See the fault line come through, the paranoia out as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was all on purpose. Aspas got hit by the knife on purpose, and King dodged it to try to punish if anyone's there, but now Tex. Whew. Pretty wise to just back off there. No need to do any heroics, especially with the way that they've been winning these rounds.
I think it shows a lot of discipline too, because when you're up 8-1, when it feels like everything is going right, you want to swing that. You want to take the fight.
Double flash right here.
On the other side of the smoke, they both come through. They're so done. Mazino gets 3.
Down A.
Can he do what King could not? Ethan tucks tail, runs away. And again, the spike well out of reach. Oh! He's gonna get him, isn't he? No. I've jinxed him. And now Calm drops Ethan, Marv left
Damn.
alone.
Leviathan fucking running after energy for ice round.
I mean, if
On
Marv
energy
wins this,
is map
so
pick.
just cement him as even more of a GOAT in the game of Valorant. But I think it's nearly impossible.
Yeah. There's just so much left for him to do.
Yeah.
What a stomp. What a subversion of expectations, too.
Yeah. I have to point out that in these rounds, you know, in the last series we saw from Marv, we saw him doing a lot of timings in mid, doing these lurk plays. The old Marv, right? The one that we knew and loved. Yeah. But King has been actually checking the entire other side of the map while this is all happening to try to catch out Victor or Marv on these lurks. He's actively seeking that 1v1 to make sure they don't get flanked on the retakes. And something small like that goes a long way. It gives you way more confidence to actually flood in. Again, Osbot deliberately showing into B main, and this time changing his position, not actually anchoring the B main, but Victor should have that information at this point.
Oh, a little bit of tag on a Mazzino there, the spam into the smoke. There's a lot of presence on the other side of this. The thing is, Leviathan have their reinforcements. They're not far off. Aspas playing in market, Calm close by.
They're playing for this mid crunch.
And just like that, they wrestle the space back out of the hands of NRG.
Yeah.
How do they get through this? Mazzino playing close.
Interesting smoke too.
This feels like we're trying to find any space that we can. Team 1 pushing the smoke, contacting his way in. Marv tries to find some space mid and is met with a similar fate.
Camera taken out.
And now they know the rest of the members are trying to funnel the way out onto B, but Leviathan are already here. It's the same story. Oh my god! It's the same outcome.
I actually thought NRG did a really good job of baiting out all of that mid utility. I think they had a good idea that Lev was ready to do a breach halt play if they made any type of noise in mid, so they kind of feinted it, right? They baited out all that utility in mid on purpose. But then, you know, just trying to find the gaps after that, they get punished for it. Right now, Lev is watching all these entries. They're not allowing any weird lurks to come through.
You on the other side?
7 rounds in a row. This has been an outrageous performance.
Yeah, this is a hell of a way to start a half.
I got you.
Especially after you probably should have lost the pistol round. This is nuts.
Really not looking back. Last round of the half, guns for the attack side. They have Ethan's ult.
Oh, the stun, he got off the stun.
Mazzino's got his ult back online.
Look at him on the minimap, how he rotates after he uses that stun. Already going to top mid. He's here for the instant aggression if anyone goes through mid.
And as soon as that smoke goes up on the right side of mid, they know they're gonna try to pressure the other side. Mazzino's there to greet 3.
Oh my god, he's alive.
He hasn't taken a lick of damage. He's still alive. He's surrounded now. Ethan hunts him down. Crashies finds another. Finally, a little bit of room to breathe, but are they gonna get choked out once more? King finding one, a 2v2 for the rest of the round. Both faced. Tex in a 1v2. Can he deliver? No.
10-2.
NRG gets
It's
the
the
second.
same
and
as
honestly,
the-
it was as difficult as the entire half has been for him.
That's series.
Yeah, they had to fight really hard for that. Pushing Mazzino all the way back into spawn and then into that B lobby area. Finally getting caught off guard by a flash from Ethan.
Damn, 3 and 12
Not a
for Demon
single
1.
player of NRG on the side of NRG is positive. Not one. When you think about this roster and the way it was constructed, there's no way you would expect that.
Very good, very good.
Gouda?
Dude, that's flow state right there. We're gonna throw it down to the desk and see what they thought of that 10-2 half in favor of Lev.
One of the most dominant halves of the stage sees Leviathan head straight into the halftime with 10 rounds to their name. That is incredible, but they've looked fantastic. Their trap plays have been astonishing. This defense, impenetrable.
Look, if Lev are Gouda, NRG are looking like Swiss cheese after what Lev just did to them. In that half.
Holes.
Like, it was so nice. I think the calling from King around setting up those trap plays and whatnot was fantastic. But also, this guy was just frying in the server. So dominant.
Yeah, he was so good. And the speed at which they were so ready to execute those protocols with the trap plays is what made it so much more effective. And then holding down the sites, making sure that their Sentinel was not going to be able to get overrun. Lev had a really great half.
And it wasn't just like the Valoplant setups from the start of round that was dominating NRG. A lot of it came in mid rounds, you know, refighting out of shop right there when they had stacked 5 players over towards the A site. Or even in round 11, they didn't get kills, but they'd rotated into mid to try and punch NRG out after taking early space.
It kind of felt like they had control of the whole game from the early round and the mid round all the way down to like the post-plant situations. And every single one, they had control.
100%. I think it's because they kept getting on forward lines, especially over towards the A side of the map. So with the information they got with that deep vision, they're able to set up traps away from the Cypher as well. It was just very, very strong from start to finish.
I mean, if the question we had was what do Leviathan look like when Aspas is not dominating the game, we might be seeing some of that depth now, maybe some of the depth that was absent in that Sentinels game. Because yes, Aspas has been impactful. He's been in the game. He's been relevant. But King knows he has been ruling the roost right now, peering down from his throne. And Aspas gets to maybe take it a little bit easier at times.
Dude's asleep!
Yeah, well, this is standard. I mean, this is very standard Aspas behavior here. He's absolutely chilling. So let's get this second half back underway. Aspas is sitting up in his seat, and so should you be. Let's head back to our casters.
Well, this was nowhere near, I think, what anybody expected going into halftime of the first map. But alas, here we are, where Leviathan have just obliterated NRG from top to bottom. But as it goes, with the new half comes an opportunity to approach the map a different way, and that's what NRG are going to have to do. A seemingly insurmountable task before them. How do you erase an 8-round deficit and get back into this thing?
Yeah, and if I'm NRG right now, I'm just trying to even just get warmed up, because I feel like there's a lot of shots where they didn't even have a chance. Just getting insta'd. Maybe the peak's just not on point for NRG right now, and they need a little bit more time. So they have to win this pistol round. They need to buy more time to get hot, especially going into a map like Bind, where you're gonna see techs on this again.
Holy shit.
I feel like that's perfectly indicative of what we've seen so far. Calm understanding of the timing, realizing that was a weak area of the map, trying to get a jump on Demon 1, and that's huge.
He's playing the Cypher so well. I mean, he hasn't done anything too flashy in general, but he's just playing the role in itself really well.
And you don't really have to be flashy when you're up 10-2 and King is dropping 20 and a half.
Yeah.
Utility in hand.
Flash. Dude, they're a step ahead of everything.
And they're not even going to commit. They're going back. Oh my gosh.
NRG look
30
lost
seconds left.
A new
on the
cinema
map right now.
A new cinema.
I mean, King is just
You hear the
manipulating
cum?
rotations
Yo.
any way he could possibly want.
This is a pleasure to watch.
A 5v3, which we saw in the first half.
I don't want to jinx it, man.
I mean, they're all stacked in main, too. Every single one of them waiting for NRG to face. With no real utility, Mazzino has his stun, King has his flash.
Oh my gosh, this is so unlikely to be one for NRG.
There's the first, there's the second. The only real bit of utility that was left for NRG has been invested. Victor and Ethan, they're swinging this thing back. There's no way! There's no way! Mazzino's got it with the
Holy shit, Mazzino.
Oh my gosh! I'm great. You're welcome.
Unbelievable. The Red Bull clutch in the pistol for Leviathan. It looked like it was going to be disaster.
I got nothing to say. Mazzino's the GOAT.
Остался один игрок. Остался один враг.
Oh my gosh. He's so calm with it too.
Yeah. A force from NRG with really no real option. A desperate need to make something happen. To force some sort of an advantage that's otherwise evaded and eluded.
Camera take cage triggered.
A 1-for-1 certainly helps.
Yeah, and this is gonna sound BM, but I feel like the best things from NRG that we've seen so far have come from the Stinger buys.
Yeah.
Like they're just instaing with the Stinger, but for some reason when it comes to the gun rounds, It's not all quite there.
Holy shit.
A little bit of damage dealt, but the kill ultimately in favor of Marv.
Oh, they hear this rotation too.
You did good.
The thing is, there's still a lot. Well, most of the weaponry is still up. They still have the Guardian, they still have the Bulldog. Both of those finding value.
Oh, he spotted him.
It's so clunky sometimes to play Breach. Body block, but he still manages to get his way out. Demon 1 with the Sheriff. Demon 1 who's been quiet all map.
Spike planted.
Oh, with an opportunity to be the hero! And he is for NRG there.
Okay.
Good timing.
We need that if you're NRG. Anything to keep this game just going for a little
Successful
bit longer.
timing.
Get everybody's hands warmed up. He found such a great timing that in that moment, satcheling over the trip.
Gone here.
But actually, Calm was already dead, so it didn't really matter. But still.
Planted. One enemy remaining.
Tech's just getting caught out there is tough.
Yeah. And I said it, right? These stinger buys from NRG has been the best look we've seen so far.
A hero rifle in the hands of Aspas. Full armor.
I like this.
Yeah, and then pistols around it. I mean, it makes sense.
And when you got a player like him on your team, you can do things like this. You've already seen the success of what Oxy can do. NRG are usually very, very good on the anti-ecos. Especially after kickoff.
You imagine as soon as that trip goes down, it'll creep forward. That's exactly what Aspas does, and they're trying to be so methodical about finding their fights. That's a big one onto Marv.
That's the smokes, and then they swap because he got low. Ooh.
Not really in a position to try to scoop up that weapon, so it's still just one rifle, and it's in the hands of King, who's been just as good, who's been better than Aspas up until this point. Ethan feeling some of the pressure.
Wow.
Able to keep it at bay, at least for now.
They're so worried about
2v4, hello, they're close. Crashy's on the swing, the flash in his face, doesn't matter. Aspas is left alone, trying to find a weapon. He will not be able to. NRG gets a 4.
Nice. Not the cleanest of anti-ecos, just because of how that round started with Marv getting picked off. And I mean, that's your smokes against an eco, but Demon 1 and Victor actually re-aggroing B main there to make the numbers even. And then that just ultimately ends up allowing Ethan to take out everybody that's funneling back to the A site. Or right here. And the second kill was actually really clean. Confidence, just sit there. Commit to that duel. Ethan's having a map right now.
15 and 12 leading from the front.
Big change of pace from Lev. This is a fast A hit, but this trip looks deadly.
Ethan's hearing some of this noise. He has his ult.
The problem with playing a spot like this is if they actually commit on A, you already know that Breach Seas is going to come out and hit that little default bomb plant area. But they opt to go back, just depositing Aspas, and he's just holding for any re-aggression.
Question is, how far does the re-aggression go? Aspas will be tagged. You wonder here too, how they interpret this, because you see Aspas, you think, oh, the rest of the team's got to be close, right? He's not normally one to be lurking around.
Oh, that's so big. This timing is huge.
There's a trip keeping him at bay. But bullets will surpass that. The cam spots him. The timing is beautiful.
Unreal, Doug.
Calm again, getting the best of him. We've said that a few times now. Aspas has joined the fray. They've all rotated towards B. The Rolling Thunder will pave the way, but Marv TP'd ahead of it. He gets spammed.
He's spammed. What?
Just when it seemed like he had an opening, had some room to breathe, he gets punished. And once again, NRG at a numbers deficit. They invest everything they possibly can. Ethan's ult dropped. Victor swings his way into his death. And it's all under Crash. He's in the face of 5. Cannot convert. Cannot deliver. Leviathan on map point.
Calm just played such a smart round, saving his cam for the re-clear onto B main, understanding that NRG have been getting aggressive in that general area, especially Demon 1. I feel like he's pushed up like the last 3 rounds. And that's just an easy punish. And then the heads-up awareness to get the span on Marv as well.
that feels so bad if you're Demon One. Like, you know it, timing, bro. I got timing. The timing is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he had the crazy
It's such a tough
timing
spot
on
'cause you
the
need to
fucking
commit on
eco
the
round
people
too.
that are swinging
Like,
you, the footsteps that you hear.
Right.
you
When
can't
you try to
complain
pick
to
the
be
can to get out, but
timing
Lev
when
was just too
you
close for him. And another aggro play down mid.
Speaking of
when you
close,
win an eco
but Mazino's
on the
got
timing.
utility set up and ready to go. If there's a Q, there's a problem.
Oh!
Thought he was going to sidestep his way through all of that. Paranoia.
What the fuck
looked
is
a
that
little, but
paranoia?
Dizzy connects. You've got King of the World hurt here, but again,
They are fighting mid, they are winning.
Fight.
They stayed for so long, and you can't do that against a comp like Lev. They have so much utility. Even if the breach goes down, you have the Gecko Flash. That's hard. It's hard to kill there.
And if that's not enough, you've got King's Paranoia too.
Yeah.
They have so many tools at their disposal. And honestly, Leviathan are playing them to perfection.
You want more?
I want to see what what
You've got
Tom
Vic who's going
does.
to try to take some space around the flank, but he's got a clear trip, so now they
Vic
know
does
where he's
clear
headed.
the
Tom's going to
trips.
try to take that fight. Decides to give it up.
He's just gonna
Join the
go
rest
back
of his
with his
teammates.
team.
Thrash instantly cleared, but so are Crash Season and Ethan.
The trades are so good. Who puts a top mid trip when you're on attack? Some freaky stuff going on in this game.
It's going to have to do more than freaky if Victor wants to keep this thing alive. 85 HP, no armor. The need to make a play. Ever great. It's a little high-low. Will not happen. 13-4 on NRG's map pick. Holy smokes. Leviathan just put the world on notice.
I gotta shout out Calm here. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw him on Cypher in general, and he played a phenomenal map. Just the small little things, yeah, he's not at the top of the scoreboard, but the impact that he had of being an anchor, of getting all the information that was required in the round was superb.
You know what's crazy? Who is on top of the scoreboard? On a roster that has Aspas, that has King, you've got Mazino, who's top fragging as Breach.
I mean, he had an insane map, like.
Asinine.
Yeah, and his utility was really good too.
He played it so well. You know, we said this a few times, how it felt like Leviathan were a step ahead. You know, they were reading a page ahead on the book. It felt like NRG were just reading an entirely different book. It felt like they were behind the entire time. King played a masterful game. He called their circles around NRG, and that's going to take us to mine. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Dude, let him on top, I guess.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Enjoy your odds. And yeah. Fuck you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. I wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
Contact play, one-on-one. Marv outside of the pass as they work together to take the 3 birds down of Furia.
Dale Panchito, la primera quiere la segunda. Tyson le va a picar, lo tiene claro, le deja una. Panchito.
Hey everyone, it's Liz with GoKed from Leviathan. An incredible first map, stealing Energy's map pick away from them. What made it so dominant on the side of Leviathan? Was it prep, was it in-server adaptation, or something else?
I think 2 things. First, I think our prep was very good for how they play Sunset. And second, I think we're really getting comfortable on stage and play like we do on Prague. The guys were playing amazing individually and as a team. So I think that's the 2 reasons why we were so dominant.
All right, well, on to your map pick, so best of luck.
Well, from a 10-2 half-time for Leviathan, things didn't get much better for NRG. The pistol in the second half was wild. NRG salvaged like a 3v5 and then end up losing a 3 versus 1 at the end of the round. Utter chaos, and they cannot get it together, Mimi.
The game ended in chaos, but I think it started with an incredibly controlled game plan by Leviathan. Last time we saw them playing this map, they were running the loud Phoenix comp, trying to copy that one, but running this composition with the KO Gecko, we saw so many great protocols. I think in particular, the way they were approaching A main, these trap plays were crushing NRG, Mirna.
Yeah, they were amazing. They were actually flawless. Not only was there always one first layer of util, there was always that second layer to ensure that when they did end up pushing, the other team was always blind or was always stunned. Like, it was never just that initial set of util and that was all.
Yeah, and I really like the way they were bouncing their Cypher around the map, right? Calm, because of that kind of constant pressure towards main, Calm had a potential to be playing that more standard Cypher setup, or sometimes actually playing behind that trap and being the next layer as they re-rotate and change the heavy side. It was a great masterclass in defensive calling, and NRG just couldn't get their foot in the door.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of movement around the map made it that NRG could not adapt at all. When you're playing against a trap composition, you want to walk up, you want to bait these traps, but not at a single point were NRG able to do that. It felt like they were always hitting some sort of wall, and it is exactly because of the rotations of that Cypher around the map.
Can you not like bait these out? Like we've seen sometimes like Razors might try and bait a trap play and satchel out of like a fault line or something similar.
They really were trying, but Lev was just so good at holding it down and knowing not to push any util and not force it off of zero sound. Like there was a play where they took B main and they naded and flashed, and Lev still just sat on site. They did not poke, they did not prod at all. They need to push past that initial barrier in order to get some sort of util out of them, but they didn't. They were so scared. It felt like they were just holding down.
I think you can see the difference between really great teams that really understand the idea behind the composition they're playing and teams that are kind of trying to mimic ideas they've seen before. And I think the best way to show that is when they're actually activating these plays. I feel like for less experienced squads or squads who aren't really putting as much into it, they'll end up just going into one of these plays, activating off one piece of noise, one piece of info, and getting really kind of like jittery with it.
Yeah.
But for Leviathan, they did a really good job of actually kind of working off those cues and figuring out when it was a commitment.
Yeah, they were so disciplined, and honestly, I apologize to Lev for what I said before, because I said I didn't think that they were going to be so solid
But
as a
it's
team.
reasonable, because they looked so bad week one, and now they've turned it around to be this team.
They have some serious depth, right? I think one thing on the other side of things we saw often see from Chet is that after he calls a timeout, they're able to convert into a round. There's a set play getting called. So I wonder what Chet's now able to do with this time in between maps. There's a lot to work on for NRG. Let's see what Chet has to say about that map one. I'm sure he's thrilled.
Liz here with Chet from NRG. Your map pick really did not go your way. You took a tack after round 3 and then another one after round 8. And I know it might be too soon to tell because you haven't been able to review, but what happened?
I think we were just missing some crucial columns on like
breaking the Dizzy, and I think we tried to play to interrupt their retakes, but their util was really good for us when we were pushing, so they just counter utiled really well, and I think their plan was just to not let us play our game. They kind of played to interrupt us like constantly, and I think that's good by them. I mean, we're aware of it, we're just also just missing our kills, so that didn't help. We're just slow start, but I think we're still confident in our bind.
Best of luck.
So what is their game? If Leviathan are trying to interrupt NRG, throw them off that game, what do they need to be looking to return to on bind?
I think, honestly, exactly what he's saying, right? Bringing up those comms. If you're playing against a composition that has that Dizzy, has this initiator tools, the best thing you can be doing as a team in the pre-round, talking about what util you're expecting to see in these moments, who's breaking what, who's going into that. I think some of that showed to be breaking down up against an opponent who is playing incredibly well. And with time to talk about that now, with the experience on this NRG squad, I think you can have some faith to at least see some sort of bounce back here.
Yeah, for sure. It's like smaller things, even all the way down to who's playing anti-flash, so they can swing off of all
and
the
those little things I feel like are really hard to actually talk about in the game, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like when you're in game and everything is going crazy, you're in a match situation. You have that mindset of we need to win, so you start doing things like hero plays that you normally wouldn't do. But that sort of discipline is what NRG I feel like are strong in coming back into. And for Bind necessarily isn't as strong as a chokehold map as Sunset. Like there is a lot more area to play with. There are teleporters, so you can make more plays, bait a lot more util out, and I feel like obviously going into the agent select, this is going to be a lot easier for NRG.
We talked a lot about this KO Gecko composition, and it's the exact comp that is ran by NRG on this map as we're seeing here. Those same combos come into play. And their opponent also has a similar idea. This kind of second initiator paired with that Gecko is so prevalent. So those learnings that Chet was talking about, they're going to have to apply this to this game as well. On top of that, I want to see more of the individuals. Demon 1 was getting caught in those traps constantly.
How do you feel about the Raze for Demon 1 at the moment?
I don't think that map came down to the Raze as an agent. I think it was just playing against a really good opponent and struggling to have the right game plan to deal with it.
Now surely this series has got to go to a map 3, right? There's no other way this one can go. NRG have to feel like they've got a lot more to show, and Leviathan would love to shut this down. Right Games Arena, are you ready for some map 2 action?
Thank you so much, Uber. Yeah, I hope you're right. I think I can speak for Dre when I say he hopes you're right, because this feels like a series that should go 3. But honestly, that first map was so against what anybody could have expected that I think we're just kind of like, well, who knows now?
Yeah, that was crazy. But a clean slate on this new map. And, you know, I don't think we've seen NRG play Bind in quite some time. And Ethan's playing the KO. So I think this could be really good for them. I think they could set up Demon 1 maybe a little bit better on this map than they did on, or than they tried to set him up on that Sunset. And, you know, they do have to be aware of the disruption that Leviathan like to do, especially on their defensive side. That's going to be a key factor in this series.
We'll see what they can do on attack. I think Lily made a really good point when she said it didn't feel like it was the Razes who were the difference maker there, but NRG are trying to make that be the case here as Demon 1 has a Frenzy and Light Armor. Investing into him a little bit, you see the Viper Wall splitting the map, and Demon 1's already dead. That wasn't off of a setup either. That was Tex just spamming.
Just got eliminated mid-air. And now here comes the infinite delay, but NRG already wrapping back sight, and that's why this wall is here.
King is in a position to get a lot of value if he plays his cards just right and finds the timing.
Ooh.
Ethan surrounded, and he's getting another. Wasn't far off. He's taking so much damage. 4 HP. Mazzino's trying to cut off the exits.
He's gonna get 2.
Continuing right where he left off.
He's gonna wait and aim and play the 3v2 retake.
Marvin Crash, he's the only one remaining.
Spike planted.
Spike planted, and Marv is going aggressive. Holy smokes, he's up so far. Trying to draw a line in the sand much further than you would expect. Now Molly's gonna delay for a while, buy some time. And that is the essence right now. Now they're done trying to trample forward as they push their way up and spawn. The flash out first. Dizzy, an unfortunate casualty through all of this. As Marv swings forward, he dinks one, but that's all it can be. He crashes through it on his own. The dog in his face. Calm on the swing. The
holy shit.
Again.
Oh my gosh. I thought
third
for a
pistol
second,
for
Leviathan.
Leviathan.
So confident holding it. Good for Calm to commit to that crouch peek. Understanding that that stun isn't a foolproof method of winning a round. I mean, we've seen so many times it be a cosmetic stun, right?
Dude, that's brutal.
I mean, what can he do about that? That's not even his fault.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
And then this kill on the Ethan was huge.
They're concussed.
Oh, my pistol clutch guy! No!
Wait, that is the second clutch he got on pistol round.
I think Khan might be back, man.
Dude. I mean, if there's anything that he likes to do, it's prove the haters wrong.
He did it all last year, and he's done it so far this year.
Yeah.
Still much to do left, though. Still plenty of game to play. For NRG, no investment really other than Crashy's getting a ghost.
I really like how NRG approach the eco rounds. They always get some type of value, whether that's grabbing an orb or getting bombed down, or both in most cases.
Got him.
Marv's already lurking in this U-Haul area. Wow, what a cool flash lineup. It doesn't connect on a Marv, but the info was gathered off the audio cue. And now they're gonna re-clear.
He's gonna have to land the shot with the Sheriff, and he cannot. Tex clears him.
Man, the disruption that Lev does on their defensive side against this NRG roster has been so good, and the timings have been the most impressive to me. It seems like they always re-clear the right spot at the right time.
We saw it all last map, and we're already seeing it here.
30 seconds left.
NRG not liking what they're seeing B. They decide to flip the map as best as they can, farm a couple of orbs.
Yeah.
Right here.
And then really go from there. With their classics and one ghost. They're gonna try to find some space and get out onto the site.
Oh man, easy pick'ems for Ospas.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
He was quiet in the first map. Relatively quiet anyway. Quiet for Ospas' standards, but...
You mean he wasn't dropping 50 in one map?
Tragic.
Yeah, that's quiet, huh?
They want to dance? I'll leave.
Tex, 2 orbs away from the Gecko wall. Crashy's already sitting on it. And some decent guns here from Lev on this bonus round. Little highlight reel. The eco frags, always satisfying to witness.
You're right though, there is some weaponry behind this. Mizzino has a Phantom, Ospas with a Guardian Sill. So there is a little bit of bite to this, and Calm feeling some of the pressure. Hearing all of that noise is going to give the space up. Ethan gets the orb. Or at least we'll try to. He's what, halfway to his ult?
Yeah. It's just a pretty standard hold in general right now. Just a 2-3 setup. Nothing to re-clear so far. Calm will use Dog though to get info B long, and that should cause a rotate potentially.
And they got some info there, but the knife.
Oh my gosh, King is so smart. He literally dipped at the perfect time, dodged the knife, and he's already back in. This might catch Ethan off guard.
I think the thing is the knife is going to keep him here. Meanwhile, the rest of NRG is A. They have 4 over there. The spike's there too. I feel like it's just enough, just a little bit, to stop Calm and King from rotating A.
Ospas is just silent tucking on that short box.
Crashies uses the Thrash, try to clear out as much space as he can. Didn't fully clear out. Got a lot of space with it.
30 seconds left.
I think they're just going to try to delay plant as long as they can. Buy time for the rotates to come in.
And they're hot to trot. They're on the way.
Maybe a stim peek from Shower.
I mean, literally everyone is here except for Calm. 9 members huddled into this one little site. Demon 1 falls, 13 seconds left. The spike not committed to yet because there's the delay that you mentioned. It's the 3rd, the 4th attempt. And I don't know that there's going to be enough time to get it down.
One enemy
The
remaining.
nade is perfect. There is no time.
Yeah. What a gorgeous display.
That was beautiful. That was
And another
absolutely
bonus
beautiful, the way that they played
for
that
Lev.
site, waited for the rotates to come in. And Demon 1 getting a little too antsy there. That flash did not connect on anybody. It was shot instantly out of the sky. So Lev was ready for that too, though. They're ready for the backside fight and using their bonus guns to their advantage. I feel like 9 times out of 10 when you're close range like that with a Spectre, you tend to win the gun duel even if it's against a Vandal.
Oh, for sure. Just wasn't the case this time.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, that's tough.
Vibes
It's
are
all falling apart right now.
Oh yeah, and on the other side, vibes are at an all-time high.
Yeah. And they're not too hype either. They're very calm, and that's what you need from your team. Especially a team like this, who, when they're so dialed in, it just seems like they can compete with the best of the world.
But I think that was the expectation for this team when it was built.
Look at this exact.
Calm splash, but King is holding the line.
Oh.
I mean, we've seen this before. But finally, a little bit of room found. Demon 1 and Marv, the only two remaining. They've both taken a fair amount of damage. But they're dishing it right back. Can Mazzino pull it off on his own? Yes, he can. The Red Bull clutch in the fourth for Leviathan.
He's doing so many things right now. Winning the 1v2, just jumping out of hookah there. And yeah, it was against pistols, but it still matters.
Yeah, it's a 1v2 still.
Yeah, and the round previous, even just checking the guy in showers. See the highlight of King getting this 3K that he got. Beautiful. Dude, he's on point right now, too. Everyone from Lev just seems to be so ready for this moment. Like they've been waiting for it. Like they couldn't wait to get in the server. But yeah, the round even previously, Mazzino, when he checked showers, just that little micro decision.
He has his ult online now. And you see there's a little bit of help. Text close by. He's still playing showers, as you were mentioning.
Yo, King has played a different angle in this hookah area.
Like every time.
Yeah.
The dog clearing out long. The orb should be his for the taking. But not fully convinced. He uses another flash on long, and that's the cue for him to leave.
Yep. He can just lean for free right now. This is the tough thing about running no sentinel on this map, or having no one defaulted on the other side of the map. They're so ready for this hit. I think they're gonna fight it this time. I don't even think they're gonna try to delay the bomb. I think they're gonna try to fight them in short.
Well, I think the thing is they have the tools for it, right?
Yeah.
They have Tex's ult, they have Mazzino's ult.
If Mazzino goes down here, though, that would be huge for NRG.
No smokes left.
The timing. Oh, Roomba is used, though.
Here's the thing, though, as you mentioned, if they try to rotate out and they try to go through market, there's going to be a lot of presence there. Demon 1, ult not landing, but the bullets do. Numbers in favor of the attack, still looking for their first round, but holy smokes, they might have snatched this thing back.
Oh my gosh.
Tax and hotspots can do no wrong.
And the wraparound from King as well. Foolproof.
Seemingly delaying the inevitable crashes with 7 HP, cannot convert onto anything.
It's like I said, they're ready. They're positioned to fight this time. And these are the little changes of just pace that Lev has been showing on the defensive side. They played back sight like the last two rounds. And now they're gonna take the fight to them. This is so enjoyable to watch.
I think the scary thing is, too, they've managed to keep a lot of these ults.
They didn't
Mazzino
need
still
to
has
use
his.
anything.
Yeah, Tex still has his, and now they've got us.
5 ults online, Doug. And they're up 5-0. But they need to secure rounds like this, where NRG has the stingers and pull off a crazy strat.
Demon 1 satcheling forward, still trying to take a fight, and once again plucked out of the sky.
Got punished again.
It's been kept on a short leash all series.
Yeah, that Gecko ult is gonna force the TPs. He's going through with it,
and he still gets his one. I'm imagining he saw Crashies, but he may have not.
I don't think he saw him in the actual TP. But it doesn't matter. The proactivity from Lev.
One enemy remaining.
They're such a good cohesive unit right now, Doug.
Holy smokes.
I mean, just from that info gathered from that Thrash ult, understanding that Marv got a kill on one of the players short that was trying to re-aggro from Lev, that allows him to take all of that space down B long and get the one up on the enemies that are trying to back up from that hookah area. I mean, they're so aware of the map right now, all 5 players, and how they should be filling in the gaps that are there. I mean, Osbox doesn't even look entertained right now.
And you're right, you mentioned it earlier. They're stoic. I mean, they're calm. They aren't popping off like crazy.
And another crazy start, 6-0. Timeout being used not too early on this time around. But man, it might just be one of those days where it's just nothing goes your way. And that's the unfortunate reality of the game that we play at Valorant. Sometimes it just be like that, man. And all the VCT teams, they're all so close in skill. Truly, anybody can beat anybody. I mean, we saw even Sentinels get taken down by this.
I don't know about that.
Roster.
Like Furia and EG still look like.
They all came with something to prove.
Even MIBR, they don't look good.
I think there's just so much left to be desired here for NRG. Demon 1 went 0-9 in first kills, first deaths on the previous map.
Wow.
This map, he's 1-3.
Wow, that's a crazy stat line.
Nothing is really changing. The map is different.
The fuck is that
but
called,
it feels
man?
like a lot of the same story.
And honestly, it just feels like he's getting killed on the entry every single time. And it's something that we don't really see Demon 1 do so much. Usually he's more of a duelist that kind of sits a little bit back and allows the game to be a little bit slower of a pace. So now that he's playing more aggressive, his team isn't there to back him up and he just gets punished. And how many times have we seen him die satcheling into sight? I feel like every single time so far.
Finally, some signs of life.
Yeah.
Coming out from Marv, but can they convert on this? I think that's the question. If Demon 1 gets some space, they can flip the map. Or they can stay. That's certainly not going to help their cause. As soon as there's attack, you see the spam go through. And what? He still gets that kill? How's he gotten away with it? Ospas is going to be late to the rotate. King in a perfect position as he gets 2.
Dude.
Demon 1 and Crash is only 2 left standing.
Like,
this is insane.
What the fuck is NRG doing, man? The spike is not even on the fucking Gecko, like.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's the same narrative as last map. They cannot do no wrong. Mazzino, they're just spamming and living for long enough for King to just get a backstab there.
Like, Crash is 1 orb away.
But NRG
And he's not even the one with the fucking orb,
honestly,
man.
It kind of fell down to Vic with the little whiff there. I feel like any other day, Victor kills Mazzino in that situation. I mean, he must have shot at least 10 bullets.
8 rounds into the second.
I mean, even with that flash, it didn't do anything. It didn't even connect.
Oh. Mazzino. Yeah. I mean, Mazzino's just unbelievable right now. The series he's had so far has arguably been like a life series. And he's far from done.
Yeah, but Marv's had enough. He's trying to take things into his own hands.
I mean, he had enough in the last round. Just when it feels like there's a little bit of room for them to find some space, it all crumbles!
The utility is too good, and Victor kills himself with his own ult! Everything is going wrong for NRG today!
This feels like we're watching a Shakespearean tragedy.
Oh no!
To remind you, on Sunset, it was a 10-2 half. They had won 7 rounds in a row in the first half. Leviathan did. They're at 8 so far.
I mean, they're just trying to speedrun today, apparently. Like, they must have some dinner reservations or something tonight.
This is just wild. To think that we're on the second map of this series.
I mean, to be fair, there's not much he can really do.
Yeah.
And you can even see him laughing. I know it seems kind of troll, he died to his own ult, but what was his choice?
Yeah, he didn't have many options.
I mean, he's going to die to the enemy Brim ult if he doesn't do that. Do they clear calm here? Oh,
they've got Aspas to help, and they have Tex with the Dizzy over the top. I mean, that's the cue. The flash just dropped. The bodies do too.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. Off contact. Gecko flash comes out. Then Calm uses flash for the people that are behind it.
Gotcha. Crash is gonna fall. Margin Victor left alone. Desperately looking for any sort of a spark, a catalyst.
Every timing, every shot.
Smoke's down.
Victor with nothing to do.
4 players looking at him.
Leviathan have played this entire series and as close to perfect as you could possibly ask for.
Yeah. And at this point, I mean, the NRG, they just look defeated.
If you had told me that we were going to be, what, 28 rounds into a series and NRG have won 4 of them, I would have called you a liar. I mean, I would have called you insane because there's no way, right? But here we are, where they only won 4 rounds this entire series, and it was in the first map. And again, guess who's top fragging for Leviathan?
Mazino's on something, bro. He's so good right now.
And we're starting to see this roster like really come into its own, right? We knew Aspas was going to be good. Calm is delivered, or excuse me, King is delivered, right? He's been exceptional so far for Leviathan at the beginning of the season, but Tex is going, or excuse me, Calm is going back to the Calm of old. Now Mazino's top fragging against NRG, who are considered to be the best team in America, the team that hadn't lost a single map up until this point. This Leviathan, I mean, this roster, the way they're playing now, these guys, they look like world enders.
And I think it has a lot to do with like the roles that you're talking about as well. I think Tex is actually very, very good at Gecko. And Calm, he's been filling very well. He's no slouch to Sky. He filled in that Cypher role on the last map. It was great. And King has honestly stepped up with the IGLing too. He's showed even more layers than usual.
11-3. They're just doing this in such a masterful way.
Yeah, this is very, very impressive. And this is not easy to do.
And it's also not with Aspas dropping 40.
Nope.
Right? I think would have been the expectation for most, but alas, they're doing it by committee.
Look at that. They're so confident. They want to disrupt. They want NRG to have to use utility on these early chokes, so when they actually go for the site hits, they have nothing. And then they just win the util exchange. Like even there, they just walk up short, go for a peek, get out instantly. And now they're gonna re-aggro again.
Oh, really feeling like they were ahead of that.
But NRG's not reacting off of this at all. They should already be taking the A site. This hesitation that is coming through.
I got this. I'm out.
And they're close. They haven't committed to it yet. Barb has his pit. Crashes as his ult. The knife not tagging, but the dog's already out. Mazino with a lot to do. And to the surprise of no one, Mazino wins it out again. He gets 2.
Monster on the loose.
Goes on for the 3rd, but doesn't land it. Aspas still back sight. Tex has been caught, but it's just momentary. It's just a slight delay. You see NRG discipline with it, not forcing any of these fights, understanding they're in a position to win a round. And not wanting to squander it, not wanting to throw it away. The pit goes in, and King's behind enemy lines. He's so far up.
Holy shit, Aspas!
What a freak! Before that, he also spammed crashies on top of the box. No, the crowd's going wild. And left is just calm.
This is a beating unlike...
That's how he killed crashies?
Yeah. This is a beating unlike, I think, anything we've seen in recent memory.
I mean, especially with the caliber of team. I mean, maybe if you're talking about a team that's already lost a bunch of matches, you know, like a Fieria.
Yeah.
But this is like, this is unheard of. I mean, before this match, I was definitely looking at NRG as a top 3 team in the league, in the world, potentially.
Maybe Thunderbrand circles around them. And they've done it at their pace. They've done it their way. The disruption has been way too much for them to handle. They fight in 2s. Marv was just overwhelmed there. And look at that, dude, this util dump is insane.
And again, they're gonna get proactive with utility once more. This has been the name of the game in this series. It's just proactivity, clearing out everywhere that energy deposits. The util is phenomenal.
It's perfect.
Even the dog to spot the shower walkout right there, so nobody U-Haul has to worry about it. Oh, jeez.
I mean, they're calling circles around NRG. Their utility usage is masterful. They're winning every single gunfight. They're getting free kills through smokes.
1 HP and a
What do you
dream.
do in a situation like this? You try to not
Damn.
get 13-0'd is what you do. Dude, anything that you can do to not be 13-0'd, you don't want to be the first team this year to be 13-0'd. Have we seen one yet this year?
No.
I don't think so.
Look at that timeline. Start to see some of those kills come through again. This has effectively become a frag movie for Leviathan.
It's crazy.
The YouTube video is going to go nuts.
Normally when NRG starts on attack, they take their time and really work out how the enemy defense likes to play. But Lev have showed so many different looks on both maps so far, and their timings of the retakes of just space in general have been perfect.
Demon One looking to take any space that he can, and he's going to have a walk through lava to get it. The ult doesn't land. He takes a bit more damage on the way back, but they've gotten the spike down. The thing is, they have a lot of retake util on the other side.
Oh, that timing!
All three of them! Victor falls! But fortunately, that's all it was for them, as they seem to be punching back. But the punches have nothing behind them. What can Mark and Ethan do? They pop the ults. The spike has been ticking away for a little while now. Leviathan are gonna have to go aggressive with this. The Stinger and a Spectre. Ethan with 3 on the round.
He's so good with the Stinger, man.
No time?
No shot!
Are they gonna have enough time?
No time.
I think it was a little short.
Holy fuck. Damn.
No 13-0, and that's the bright side for NRG. That is the sigh of relief. Listen to that.
That's the first time NRG fans have had a chance to celebrate this entire half.
And the players too, I mean...
Fucking 10-2 and then 11-1.
That's, yeah. Yep. Well, so that's how they went around, to the surprise of everyone.
I'm not surprised because NRG with Stingers.
You're full. I'm not even gonna let. No, I'm not gonna let you finish that sentence. We're gonna throw it down to Ender at the telestrator. That's crazy. You're not surprised. Get out of here.
11-1 is the most dominant half we have had here in VCT Americas, and it starts really in round 3 for Lev, winning out in this bonus. We're hot dropping into this round with 45 seconds left to go. At the start, NRG put down some pressure into B to threaten that there's space there, but already we can see that back up in front is Calm. So Lev are not faked out that they're eventually moving over into the A site. And NRG are going to try to hit this site with the Thrash and a Flash combo coming in. But right now, Leviathan are all playing very far into backside. See that little play coming in right there? It's a little nice. Flash through this Viper at the same time Thrash peeks for it, and they're going to get full control over U-Haul. But it's still not easy to plant the spike, and
Dude, filming a fucking screen in 2024.
In the round. There's not many great options to fight into backside now, apart from Crashy's Dizzy. So, as we get in here, you will see the first problem to arise for NRG. This Viper Orb right here is stalling out the plant. So, NRG say, we're going to wait out that Viper Orb, it's okay, and we're going to instead try to maybe creep up and figure out what's going on in showers. Because right now they only have 4 players in main. They have no presence inside showers whatsoever. And as they wait out that orb, they wait it out, they look for this peek that comes in, but Victor can't find the kill. They're now realizing panic mode has come in. Players could be flanking, so now they're turned around looking at that. Brimstone is in Narnia, and they still don't have pressure on this plant. So they say, let's flash into backside, let's create some pressure with the Dizzy. But the problem is, that Dizzy gets instantly broken because there's no flash to combo with, and Demon One falls because Tex isn't flashed. Then the Brimstone smoke from Azino is stalling out the plant. The orb comes back up. There's just no time to work with, and because they don't have control over showers, the entire plant falls apart. It is a disastrous first half for NRG, and they must win this pistol. Back to you, Doug.
Yeah. Very well said, Ender. Thank you for that. I think Leviathan, as we've mentioned, as we've talked about a couple times, they've played a perfect series up until this point, or as close to perfect as you can possibly get. The fact that they've lost 5 rounds this entire time has been outrageous.
Yeah, and when you win in a blowout of this fashion, you're not actually showing everything that you have. So we actually haven't seen the full playbook of what Lev has in store for other teams. Winning like this is so good for your team.
Oh, the body block.
That's on purpose, but it still doesn't fully dodge it.
silence before gunfire erupts as almost everyone on the map is grouping up towards A short. Demon 1, the tip of the spear with Crash. He's not far off. Tex takes the first bit of damage, and there we go. As a barrage of bullets
2 for 2 though.
fly across, we see things settle down. A 3v3 Tex, much worse for wear. Aspas is taking a little bit of damage as well. And they cut noise. Now reconsidering this. Marv still playing on the other side of the map, understanding if they flip through Telly, he'd be in trouble.
Yeah. And he's gonna start flanking right now, which is a good call. It's gonna be a double flank from Crashies and Marv. And Ethan's job right here is just to delay as much as possible and make sure it's not obvious that a flank is coming in. He needs to show more presence, but safely, right? Because if he doesn't, sightlines will be adjusted behind, but that doesn't happen.
King with Molly in his lap has to take a step back. Tex with 22 HP, and you see him. They've been corralled into U-Haul. They're gonna have to fight their way out of this. And it's Ethan who wins that one out. They're just gonna stick the defuse. King has nothing he can do about it.
Good round for Energy.
Nice. Good pistol from NRG, committing on that short A fight. Not rotating off of any timing, just waiting. And then the reflank from Marv and Crashies. Ethan playing in that CT spawn so perfectly, it just worked out superbly. And this is the NRG that we like and that we have come to love because they play the fundamentally correct style. But I don't know if it's enough to make a comeback this crazy.
No buy for Leviathan. Patient with it.
Oh, I thought this through.
Took a little bit of damage there.
I mean, when you're up 11-2, you just get a different type of confidence. I mean, this team has clearly already been confident going into this series, but you start taking a lot more risks and doing things that are just not the meta. And NRG need to be ready to punish moments like that if they come.
Oh, look at the respect that they're showing them. They're so far back. The only person who's really up is Demon 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done very carefully approaching this round with the pistols that they've brought into it. A heavy lean towards B, and that's where the majority of NRG is.
And this will be a double flash play off a contact from Crashies. So once Crashies gets contact here, Ethan will do a pop flash, and then Crashies will throw his flash after. Here it comes.
There are the flashes that you mentioned. Aspas is stuck. Nowhere to go. The gun difference on full display here for NRG.
One enemy remaining.
Tex, no shot he can do anything there. Marv gets 4 on the round. NRG gets a 3.
And a flawless
Super
for
nice
the
setup.
eco.
Yep.
But finally, we get to see the flash combo working out for NRG. I feel like a lot of the rounds that we've seen them try to combo up that Gecko flash with the KO flash, the Gecko flash hasn't been getting much value.
Yeah, it gets cleared instantly, you're right.
Nice, a lot of players blind here, and the wall comes up at the same time. Good protocols. But a lot of info gained for Lev on how NRG likes to play a passive hold on that B site. So if they decide to hit again, expect a Gecko Molly to land on top of that default box, pushing Ethan out if he decides to play there again, or anybody else that plays there.
Yeah, forcing him to swing into the crosshairs.
Yeah.
Smoke's down.
Those are the type of things that you need to read into, even on the anti-ecos or your eco rounds.
You've seen Vic try to do this twice now, where he tries to push the Viper Orb off of its placement. It hasn't really netted much of anything.
Yeah, I almost think you want it to land a little bit more right. Bounce it off the right side of the temple of the dome. Might need a 7 head for that one, though.
Right here.
Nice bomb.
Wow. That might have been 7 head right there.
Yeah. Actual.
Here.
They're again going into the stack. 4 members of NRG are here. The dogs can clear U-Haul, and they can go off of that. There's so much that's covered by these
30
smokes.
seconds left.
And instead of just going for a safe plant, they're going to push back into spawn. They're going to fight back side with the flash over the top.
2 for
Leviathan get
2.
them both.
And now they can flip, keep the guy in pocket, and have a crossfire on his site. And this is going to be a double swing potentially. Tex!
What a cool idea. Aspas is ahead of it.
Enemy remaining.
Damn.
Marv trampling forward. Can't really do anything. How does Ethan win a 1v3 like this? He can't.
Great reaction.
And no
from
bonus
Lev to
for
push that
energy.
site there. Take over the CT spawn, the defender spawn.
Then first shout.
Marv just not ready for that. It's tough because he has to
Looks
clear
over.
so many angles while that bomb is ticking down.
Right between you.
You know, you and I have talked so many times about how it feels like impossible to hold backside on A and playing things standard.
Yeah.
When you have them clearing through U-Haul, a flash over the top of truck, and then a fight backside is just incredible.
And I don't know who was in heaven there, but I think it may have been Crashies. Just ended up whiffing when Victor needed help the most. His
Tech
attack
pause.
pause.
Ready?
12-3 tech pause. You hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
This feels cool. Oh, was there a spill? There was a spill, wasn't there?
A little too hype. From the side of Lev, I think.
I think it was calm.
I mean, he's crazy for playing with that drink so close to his right hand. I'm flicking that every day of the week.
Yep. Back into the action. It was a momentary one.
A slight com spin.
Round 16, a
Nice.
12-3 lead for Leviathan. You can hear the crowd trying to will NRG back into this series. But it almost feels too little too late. Crashy's on the cross.
Nice.
They got the kills they're looking for. The potential for more. You can tell they want to go aggressive, but wisely take a step back.
Poison orb emitting.
And just like that, what, 20, 30 rounds into the 30 seconds into the round, it's over. Because surely Leviathan to win a 3v5 to win the series, right?
Don't do that.
That
Don't do
timing.
man. If Crashies went down there, I would have had to come over there.
Demon 1.
Texas taking a little bit of damage here. Demon 1
for 2.
online.
Spike down A.
But is it too late? A flawless round for NRG as they get their fourth.
Good shit, energy.
Yeah, the NRG so far in
Do
these
you time
early round
out if you're
exchanges
Lev?
on the defensive side have gotten the best of Lev.
You plan for
Even
Yuriko
the
and your
previous round that they
fucking
lost,
gun next?
They were up 4v3. And I like the way that they repositioned after getting those 2 picks, even when going into U-Haul, changing his spot, playing a little off angle, and just letting the kills come to him. And that's the Demon 1 that we know. That's where he shines the strongest. When people swing into him, he just instas them. He had a really tough time on that attack side entering on the raise.
Yeah, he did. Shoddy buy here for the attack. They do have Texas ult though.
Yeah, this will be a short A hit.
And I think again, it's not 4, but they are pushing into the majority of the NRG players. 3 here, 2 of Health Showers. You imagine King is going to try to take some late space there. Uh-oh, that's in the molly. Stays alive though. Demon 1 trying to creep forward. King waiting on the other side, and Demon 1 knows! Oh, that's not how that was supposed to go.
Stinger too strong, Doug.
Aspas up
Oh,
top.
you got
Not
a
able
lot
to
of
find
damage on
anything with the
Victor.
ult. It's all into Marvin Vic now. Trying to keep this series alive.
One enemy remaining.
I don't
Who's
think
gonna
it's gonna happen.
spawn?
Wow.
Marved in a 1v5.
They're running him down like a dog.
Complete obliteration from top
Damn.
to bottom. Any given Sunday, Leviathan destroy NRG.
Wow. NRG. I mean, I don't know what to say, Doug. It's not the end. That's what I'll have to say. It's not the end for NRG.
Oh,
They're still in a good spot. Their schedule is looking good after this match.
Yeah, what I am excited about though is how good Leviathan look.
Dude.
Man, like,
I mean, do we start putting them in contention for maybe top 3 NA VCT? Up with the likes of Loud and Sentinels?
I I mean, at this point, you have to.
Or are they the best?
You have to. There may be like a Sentinels Cloud9 Leviathan at this point. This is just crazy. And I think parity brings out the best in leagues like this, and I think we just saw today this Leviathan roster that was built to do this is finally clicking. It's starting to come together. Again, Calm feels like he's playing with a breath of fresh air. He seems so loose. He seems so comfortable. Mazzino top frag. Oh no, I'm sorry, Aspas took over. But Mazzino, I mean, effectively top frag 2 games in a row.
He played great.
On a roster that has Aspas, on a roster that has King. Yeah. Everything went well for them today.
And gotta shout out Tex and Com, the supporting figures of this roster. They really stepped it up, because I feel like the narrative for a while was, you know, Mazzino, King, and Aspas doing really well, and the support just not quite there for Tex and Com, and they really, really did a good job of stepping it up and being there for their teammates and just doing the right plays and setting them up.
26-8 in rounds over this series.
And
26-8.
For NRG, the tough thing is when you lose this bad, you don't even know if it was like the strats or if your just aim was bad. You don't actually get genuine feedback from a match like this because you just got blown out.
Yeah, where do you start?
It's tough. It's tough. Maybe on another day, this could have gone differently. They did the same things. Maybe their aim was a little bit better. It would have gone differently. Yeah, this was just a stomping, to say the least.
Oh, and again, I think for Leviathan, everything is clicking at just the right time. Their footing, the chemistry looks like the best it's ever been, where everybody is contributing. They had really cool ideas on how they approach maps. Again, I think about that push through U-Haul into backside on Bind and how they have a lot going on. There's a lot to be excited about, and it couldn't have come at a better moment. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Horizon post-match interview.
I don't know what I'm gonna say.
You're all good. Well, I found the real king, everyone. IGL, literal king. Congratulations on 2 very, very convincing maps. Now, I'm asking him a question. I'm kidding. So the narrative going into this was that it was going to go to a map 3 and the NRG were probably going to take it. Quite literally the opposite of what happened. Tell me why you think that happened, why you took it in such convincing fashion in 2.
I mean, we have been preparing a lot. I was saying in the interviews, after losing to Cloud9, we got into like this shock state. We were procking bad, the scrims results were bad, we didn't know how to play. Like, we literally forgot how to play. And after that, as a team, we agreed, like, okay, like, stop joking around, like, lock in again, we do this, we do this. We started prepping so hard, and the only thing we needed to, like, get that leap and be the team that we know we can be was to be like a single team, and the best team that could happen to us was Sentinels.
All right. Well, talk to me about that prep, because I talked to Goked in between the maps. And you said you guys prepped very, very heavy. You're talking about that now. What was the prep with NRG?
I mean, with NRG, obviously, like the maps they had, we saw the 2 series against Furia, and who else was the other team? I forgot.
A-team.
No. Yeah. So we obviously had like a lot of info on Sunset. We prepped Sunset a lot. They picked it into us, so it was pretty good. And I mean, yeah, we just practiced a lot. I did a lot of VOD review. In the maps, we kind of were guessing we were gonna play against them, and we hit the shot.
Yeah, I mean, what is the conversation in between maps when you have such a dominant map? You steal their map pick. Is it very casual? Is it light? Or is it just still very, very serious? Okay, we still have a job to do.
Job's not finished. Like, we know we're in a good momentum, and I told my team as soon as we were entering the bind, I said, I trust in every single one of you. I know you guys trust in me also. And I mean, we just go reset and go out like we're 0-0.
And clear 2-0 victory, incredibly convincing. Congratulations. Give it up for King one more time, everyone. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
But we have a guest on the analyst desk. It is Tech, so friends, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Yeah, conceding what, 8 rounds of the course of an entire series to NRG. We have Tex here from Leviathan. Thanks for joining us, bro.
Thank you.
What a showing. I mean, you have now, in this stage 1, and it's only just the start of Super Week, you've gotten through Sentinels, you've gotten through NRG. Obviously, the Cloud9 game, a little rough start, but I mean, to take those 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, they were really close
to feeling awesome about
beating Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely happy.
They lost the first map. They lost Ascent like 16-14. It went to like
losing to Cloud9 was kind of a wake-up call for us.
Okay.
They're an
very
amazing team. I'm
long
not trying to take
OT.
anything away from them, but you know, we really felt like we should have won that series, and you know, after that, we really locked in. Like everyone's working so incredibly hard, and got the 2 wins.
What was the process after that Cloud9 loss to really lock into
They
focus up
lost
more?
18
I imagine
to
a lot of
16.
hard conversations within the team, because it does look night and day, the performance in that game, especially that map 3, compared to now the match against Sen and this one today.
Yeah, so really, we just started doing a lot of the work, and like the boring work, like
Sure.
a lot of VOD review. Even if we're winning rounds, we're reviewing them, because if we're just winning rounds off of hero plays, then like it's not a good round.
Right.
So like we've really been taking every single round seriously. Everyone has their own job of people calling ults, people calling money. Like we're really trying to be on top of every little small thing, because we just have to be, really.
Who's leading those conversations? Is it Goked? Is it King? Is it kind of a collective team effort?
I would say it's really a team effort, but I definitely think the coaching staff takes initiative on that. But yeah, I mean, we really all bring up the hard conversations. Like after C9, you know, we had a long talk in the prac room, and you know, I was just saying, like, you know, this is unacceptable for us, and we really need to work harder, and it showed.
So since that game versus C9, like how much time, like percentage-wise, was dedicated to actual like scrims and server versus conversations and VOD, would you say?
Yeah, so we added like a VOD reviews throughout our whole prac day. Like we do a VOD review when we first you know, get from the day, and then we do a VOD review in the middle of the day, and then we do a VOD review at the end of the day, when before it wasn't that frequent.
Yeah.
But yeah, really just trying to get our stamina up as well as a team. You know, doing a little more scrims, but we try to keep a good balance because we don't want to be burnt out. But yeah, that's really it.
I mean, we heard from Goked, I think, after the first map, he said, you guys are really starting to take the scrim form and take it onto the stage, right? Did you guys feel like that was a challenge to start with? And what's the process been like turning that stage presence into just another day, just another scrim?
Yeah, I mean, at one point we were dominating absolutely every scrim, and we got on the stage and we played very differently as a team.
Frustrating, I'm sure.
Very frustrating, and we just really had to, like trust ourselves, you know, and trust each other. We always trusted each other, but I could like feel a little bit of like I'm not saying self-doubt, but you know, we just weren't really playing to our potential, and we just had to talk about it, really. It was a hard conversation.
I want to roll back the clock now to the end of last year. You win Ascension with the Guard. You guys are on top of the world, and then the future kind of looks bleak. You don't know if there's going to be an org, and you make the decision to go off and take this risk, join Leviathan. I want to ask, from that moment, winning Ascension, to now, because you're playing a new role, you're with a completely different roster with players that you maybe never would have expected to be playing with. How have you, as a player, grown from that journey?
Yeah, I'm essentially playing the agent that is the exact opposite of Duelist.
Yeah.
So it definitely was a challenge at the start, especially to kind of find my footing, because like normally I'm dashing in, I'm, you know, satcheling in, but now I'm holding map control, I'm, you know, doing all kinds of different things. So I was definitely struggling a little bit individually for a bit, because I really just had to get used to everything else. And I think I've been evolving a lot as a Sentinel, and I don't think I'm even close to my potential, really.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just need to keep working. And
were you the person who was pushing and wanting to make that switch, or was it just what was necessary to get the slot on Lev?
Well, I think at first I was going to join Lev as a Duelist, and then Aspas just spawned. So then I'm like, okay, well, he's got that. And then the team really liked me, the coaches really liked me, so...
Is there like a ego death about that a little bit?
Honestly, I think Aspas is the only duelist I'll give my Duelist to. Anyone else, I'd be like,
get in the server, 1v1, baby.
Let's 1v1.
I mean, you can't feel bad when he's like almost dropping 50 in matches
yeah,
for you
he's
guys.
like plus 35 every match, so I'm like, hey, man, you
All
can
good.
have Jet, but...
I think like that's a kind of interesting conversation we've been having. We've got a question here in Twitch chat from Plural saying, you know, Moose on Cloud9 was saying that they really try to set Oxy up in a specific way. Do you guys have like the same mindset for Aspas? And you obviously previously having been a Duelist, how does that impact how you look to set up Aspas, if at all, to shine?
Yeah, so we definitely try to set him up, but I wouldn't say it's like our entire goal. He just takes a default that we have that's a good default, and he just fries everyone. Like, he's honestly just the best player that'll ever play Valorant.
You feel like he's self-sufficient in that way?
He's the most self-sufficient ever.
Compared to yourself when you were playing Duelist, do you think he's like a player who uses less resources, so to speak? Because there are a lot of duelists in our league who it's like both initiators full committing into setting them up. It seems like that's not always the case for us, boss.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely throw him a Vandal here and there because he's just insane. Like, we definitely like try to help him a lot, but he really just doesn't need it. Like, I swear to God, this guy just fries everyone, even if there's no utility, even if there's utility. And like me being a duelist prior, maps now, and I just run around with him. Like, I know exactly what he's thinking because I was a duelist before, and I think me and him have like a good connection of playing in game because we play a lot. So like, I just run around with him, throw some flashes, and we just fry.
Well, I appreciate your time, Tex, and also your answers, man. It's been great. We'll have you hang out with us here as we sort of wrap things up. Let's have a look now, with the day winding down, at our Alpha and Omega standings. Leviathan here at the top of Omega Group at 2-1 with a whopping +20 map differential. That is extreme. On the other side, we've got obviously Courier, C9 at 3-0 respectively.
Yeah, Tex, what's going on in Omega Group? Like, what's happening to you guys?
Hey, our boys need help over here. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, they're all incredible teams. I know they can win some games. It won't stay like this.
Yeah. Now, of course, Super Week continues tomorrow with a couple more matches. That's right. First, it'll be G2 versus Furia, and then it's Cloud9 going up against 100 Thieves. Tex, any thoughts? Of course, you got your boys there overseas on G2. I'm sure you're hoping to see them try and come back a little bit.
I think G2 wins.
Sure. I think
and
G2
C9 wins.
is going to have a very good showing against Furia, personally. And I think Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves, man, that's a banger.
How high do you rate Cloud9?
I mean, at this point, you gotta rate them pretty high. Like, I think before everyone was sleeping on them because it's like a, like people call it the budget roster, but them players are not budget. I'll tell you that. Them boys are cooking.
I mean, look, you guys beat NRG, beat Sentinel. C9's the only team you couldn't beat so far, so they gotta be decent.
Yeah, they're definitely very good, very well drilled. Oxy's playing out of his mind. That kid has a very amazing future, for sure.
Absolutely. Now, it's 2 days of our Super Week down, but of course, much more to come. Thank you, of course, for joining us so far. Day 3 of Super Week will be kicking off. Plenty more games to be played, a lot to be decided in terms of those standings in Alpha and Omega, respectively. So we'll see you for all that and more tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Tex.
Okay. Well, that's it for VCT.
The movement, 7 left in the face. With that weaponry disadvantage, the pit on top of it, spraying all down and through. No, but the last players, but now here's the noise, and Superman is just left clueless. Oh, my power, Ace. Spotting him, it's a slide-off angle to seal that one up. Nice and pretty for Crew. Overwhelming. Position. Yes, they've got the ball, but it's blocking it. Perfection with the movement. I mean, Crew are flexing on them. Final hurrah. It's the Hunter's Fury that has to be counted because he knows that they are approaching him rapidly here. Crew winning map 2.
Hey, bro, hey.
Oh, it's gonna be too late now. They're all in the smoke! Wow. Tex gets 2.
One enemy remaining.
On the other side of the smoke, they go through. They're so done. Bringing this thing back, there's no way! There's no way! Mazzino's got it with the clutch, and of course he does! Aspas is gonna be late to the rotate. King in a perfect position! Hit goes in, and King's behind enemy lines. He's so far up. Aspas snaps!
What's up, brother?
They're running him down like a dog.
Complete obliteration from top to bottom. Any given Sunday. Leviathan destroyed NRG.
Okay. G2 Furia tomorrow and then C9 and Receivers. Not too far. The fuck? I'm 15. Oh, he's full fucking PUBG. Wait, it's 1v1. Where is he? Let's go! Holy fuck. Let's go, man. First game of the day, fucking... Wait, I already have that. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to play. I think I'm gonna call it for today. Yeah, I'm gonna call it for today. I'll see you tomorrow for the VCT games. Yeah. Stay safe. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.